almost getting professional about this.
I don't want this moment to ever end, where everything is nothing without you. I'd wait here forever just to see you smile, 'cause it's true, I am nothing without
What's going on, Nick?
you. Through it all, I made my mistakes. I stumbled and fall, but I mean these words. I want you to know, with everything, I won't let this go. These words are my heart and soul. I hold on to this moment, you know, as I bleed my heart out to show.
Nice.
And I won't let go. Thoughts read unspoken, forever unbound, and pieces of memories
So it begins.
to the ground. I know what I didn't have, so I won't let this go.
Oh, very nice.
It's true, I am nothing without you. Oh, the streets where I walked alone with nowhere to go have come to an end. I want you to know, with everything I want in this world, these words are my heart and soul.
So our guest is not here right now, but we'll get there.
As I lay my heart out to show, and I won't let in front of your eyes, it falls from the skies when you don't know what you're looking to find. In front of your eyes, it falls from the skies when you just never know what you will find. You will find what you find. You will I don't want this moment to end.
How's everyone's night going?
These words are my heart and soul. I hold on to this moment, you know, as I bleed my heart out to show. And I won't let go. I want you to know, with everything I want.
Kitchen nightmares. Ooh, okay.
These words are my heart and soul. I hold on to this moment, you know.
Just joined today. Well, welcome here. I'm listening to your singing while I fix it. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry to both of those things, I think. Welcome, Squeeze. Actually, just because your name is Squeeze in there, we call my daughter Squeeze. Her name is Olivia Jane, and so it's OJ for short, and so OJ Squeeze. Anyway, I just saw it, made me think of you. Found you through a friend. Oh, good. Which friend? A mutual friend? Are you out in Arizona by any chance? Oh, you're in Northern Virginia. Perfect.
The angel from my nightmares, trying to
Let's see. There we go. We did it. We did it. Well, welcome in, Squeeze. Happy to have you. Thanks for joining the live. This never ends. So what is everyone up to tonight? What can I help you with? What questions do you have? We're just going to chat while we sift through stuff. Slab Hobby plans to join later tonight. For those of you interested in hearing more from him, you can ask questions, and I'm always around to ask and answer. 11 orders, 3 platforms. Let's go. Orders packing night. Okay. Guys, volume of the music to me. How are we doing? All right. Are we good there? I will turn down the music when Ivan gets here. But in the meantime, why not just jam out? Got started buying Pokemon cards for my 5-year-old kid who just got into it through a mutual friends. I've jumped on Whatnot and probably lost quite a bit. Ooh, well, listen, we'll help you from that. I've been there, trust me, I've been there. Slab is in the building. Let's get him launched over. 1 second, folks. Make sure we are good to go. Add to stage. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, there we go.
I'm gonna lower the music
going,
here
man?
so we can hear you better. How are you, friend?
Just getting ready for another night. Another night of
Another
card
night, another glorious night.
Getting pretty familiar with this bad boy.
Oh, hold on 1 second. I know what's wrong. I can't lower that and hear you. There we go. I'm gonna get professional at this at one point, I promise. So what are you packing, Ivan?
Bulking out the bulk, man.
Bulking out the bulk. You sending it to me? You're not sending it to me.
Depends on what you're paying.
Well, we should talk because I have a whole program I'm going to be running coming September, so you might be interested.
Yeah, we'll see. I kind of like my guy. He's been pretty good to me.
Oh, he's great. He's great. 10 out of 10 would recommend.
10 out
Any
of 10.
tips? Hold on, we got questions in here. I won a few ETBs, but mistakes were made along the way over this past week. Decided to hop off Whatnot and try to find things for MSRP. That's what brought me to this Discord. That's awesome, man. So far, 3 Chaos Rising, 1 Pitch Black, and 1 Destined Rivals. First partners, a bunch of Chinese packs. Now realizing you can get them for cheap. Yeah, you can get all those for pretty cheap. Well, I'm happy you're in the Discord now. We'll be able to help you a lot more. Slab, so what are you doing with your sealed inventory these days? Since we've been talking about that, you running all the Claude and Chat GPTs on how that's going to work for you?
Say more, like stacking, like for personal PC.
Yeah, you stack them for personal, using it for trade. What are you doing?
Oh, yeah. So I've actually dipped in a little bit into the PC to kind of have some, trade bait.
Right.
Prismatic ETBs, especially Ascended. Like I kind of want to. I don't mind letting go of Ascended because it's going to get a massive reprint here. It's going to get the prismatic treatment. So if you ask me, it's kind of at an inflated price, and I don't mind letting it go, to be quite honest. Like there will be more chances coming up.
So I can tell you exactly what I'm going to be doing with Ascended. It is either going to be continuing on the bulk trade program, or I'm actually going to be trading it in for bundles of prismatic. That is going to be my goal. I want to move heavier into prismatic. That's my goal right now.
You're what do you call it? Gaining back time, or you're getting the time that people served. So moving up a year as far as aging it,
And listen, I get it. Like if you didn't get to rip a lot of Ascended, like there are definitely good ways to get in. Bulk's one of them, right? Other good trade options. So, but yeah, I'm looking to pick up as much prismatic right now as I can. I think I'm up to. I had no SPCs like a month ago, and I think I'm up to 15. So that's trying to keep doing that.
Yeah.
How much of this goes
So
into? I was gonna sorry. How much of this bulk operation goes into sealed for you, and how much does it like float in the business? Is there
I'm
like a
trying to
difference that
expand a
you
little bit
make?
more. Yeah, like so I like buying the collections, right?
Hmm.
And most of the collections these days are honestly cards and just a couple of ETBs nowadays. Like I don't like doing the giant sealed collections, like it's not my thing
Like
because
picking up other people's sealed collections?
I'll pick up collections, but I like them if they're like 90% singles.
Really?
Yeah, because I don't have a good outlet for letting the sealed go, other than just starting my trade program for bulk. So maybe if I build that out more.
Yeah. I think probably like I noticed Phantom said in today's video he's going to start doing more sealed for inventory,
Mhm.
build a website, that kind of thing. I think it makes more sense when you have a website. You control the margins a lot better.
Right.
Um, but yeah, it's definitely a different thing. I mean, you have such a awesome wall behind you in those videos, so you've been collecting for a while.
Yeah, man. It's actually right on the other side of this. You're actually seeing behind the camera. So
Okay, so
when I'm
this is closed doors. This is behind the
yeah,
camera.
yeah.
Okay, this is behind the
This
curtain
is
actually.
this is still the pokey office, but honestly, I wanted to switch filming locations to my work office, my day job office. Just because I don't know, I was getting a little paranoid about all the buffoonery with the thefts and everything, and
You're
just
thinking
don't
about
like advertising. You know what I mean?
Are you thinking about moving all that inventory?
Not exactly. No, no. Like I like it. It gives me great joy to walk into my office and kind of look at this. You know what I mean?
Right,
I
right, right.
just I was just getting paranoid. I was like, I don't want to put all this out there willingly anymore. So kind of a scary time in the hobby. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean, and I agree. Unfortunately, luckily I have cameras everywhere and live in a state where it would be well within my rights. Um,
I
but
feel you.
I mean, that is you'd have to go a long way to go out of your way to come to where I am to make a problem for me. Um, but that being said, I
I feel you,
mean,
man.
you don't want to put a target either. You know what I mean? Like that's the other problem. You just don't want to be the target. So
Yeah, I was like, why increase my risk, right? It's like I don't need to flex. I don't need to, like early on, it was like, yes, I'm sure it kind of differentiated me in terms of having an awesome wall behind me, and I'm very grateful for that. Except now I'm just like, it's just a needless risk that I feel like I don't need to take anymore.
that's fair. That's fair. So I will tell you the first thing I noticed when you came on the scene, I was like, oh damn, he's packing, right? Like he has got a ton of stuff here.
I got
Watch
the
out.
scalper comments right away.
You got the scalper comments? No, with what you were holding, I wouldn't have imagined scalper. I would have imagined long term. Like what I got was like, oh, he's been in this for a while.
You would think, yeah. I mean, the celebration stuff's a dead giveaway because I mean, you have to just be a
Exactly.
baller to be buying it at today's prices. But
I bought
you
last
know,
year. I'm still
last
mad
year's
that
still pretty good entry, right? Like, what'd you pick them up for?
so all right, so I picked him up for better than I probably should have, considering it was a sealed case, but I had to crack the case to verify because
Ah,
the label was so crap that like I was like, dude, I can't walk away not knowing what's actually in this box. So as much as I want to leave it sealed, like I was pretty much forced into cracking it. And luckily it was four. I did 4 Pokemon Center ETB. I did a seal case of Pokemon Center ETBs for 1,200 last summer. And to your point, like buying the time kind of a thing.
yeah.
Um, which I'm working on a deal right now that might land me a bunch of UPCs for the 30th, sealed cases and such. But I still say if you're patient enough, if you're willing enough, or beyond a really damn good price that you can't beat,
Hmm.
I just let the water roll over it, come back in like 2029, pick it up for after time has done its work, and you don't have to wait. Just let the
Yeah,
money do it.
yeah. I think that's going to be the play this time around with 30th because man, for real, the FOMOs there. Like, I miss out on. Were you able to hit PC ETBs
I did.
for
I did the
30th?
UTVs, yeah.
Yep, I got cooked. I had a work meet. I usually work from home, but I had to head to a site right in the middle of the drop, and I was like, I'm cooked. There's no
Yeah.
way I can't hit it. So
I actually hit
I
for my
completely
phone,
missed
which I
that.
rarely do. It was one of those where the phone for a lot of people was better the uh, than the web, that particular version, if I remember correctly. So,
Nice.
and I've never hit before on my phone, so I definitely understand that. But if you're in the meeting and you just missed it for too long, it doesn't matter. It's I think I might even gotten like kicked out for one iteration and then had to get back in. They're so frustrating because it's like you guys could make this a lot easier, or just print to demand on that first run, or
Sure.
much closer to demand on the first run. Like, what do you care? You're if you're them, you're paying nobody a second fee. It's coming directly from your site. Why not print 5 million of whatever?
Yeah, that would be something else. And,
Yeah.
and then you'll have 30th anniversary ETBs hitting $30 in ETB on a resale because
Yeah.
everybody get one unlimited orders.
I'll be honest with you. I was pretty much expecting. I mean, from everything that Allocation has been talking about from a bunch of different YouTubers and business owners, is like it's so heavily printed that I'm not like in a rush to overdo it myself. But I definitely would have thought that they would print the hell out of this on their own site. Good luck with the stream tonight. Shoot me a text. Thanks, buddy. Hope you're doing well, Sam. Sam's who you're going to want to talk to, by the way, if you do want any more questions on Loomis Live. I know you were asking me a little bit about that the other day by text.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Because you're not, are
Oh,
you using any inventory management right now?
very basic TCG automate. So
Okay.
just the basics. Honestly, it really It wasn't working that great because
But
like it was working okay, and I think I only have like 1,000 SKUs linked. So I
okay.
can't. I mean, I'm at like 12,000 different cards on eBay right now. So
Wow.
it's like, how do you? I kind of need 11,000 more to keep track of. You know what I mean? So I was like, I barely use it. I told Bronze this about eBay early on. Whatever the market price was, I put my margin on it, and then if it sells, it sells. If it went higher, so be it. I got my margin. So yeah, I might get cooked, or I might just have inventory just sit stale for a while, especially if the market prices went down since I listed.
Yeah,
Not
see that?
ideal.
That's what I'm. What's up, Flip House? How are you? Flip House is kind enough to let me shill in his wonderful Discord every single day. If you guys aren't part of
What's up,
Discord,
Flip
you
House?
should. Are you guys close to each other?
He's in
Location?
Minnesota, I believe, right?
Yeah, I want to say so. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure where he's at, but I'm in the Twin Cities. So if he's in the metro,
Grab a beer.
yeah, let's do it. You can grab some K-pop with me and TJ one day,
He says Twin Cities, North Suburbs, whatever that means to you.
dude. Yeah, you're probably really close to me.
There you go.
Yeah,
See,
I'm in the northwest suburbs too.
make some magic. There you go. Now we got friends. Um, yeah. So you were at a show this weekend, right?
Yeah. I just did. What do you call it? The Minnesota Card Show TCG only. Wow, what a mouthful. Minnesota Card Show monthly TCG only.
And
So,
how was the show?
oh man, it's a great show, honestly, for a Sunday show because the sponsors they run the big monthlies and the twice a year 4-day shows,
Mm-hmm.
and then they do these sports only on Saturday every 2-3 months. The sports only shows on Saturday, and then the Sunday is TCG only. So we get banished to Sundays, right?
Right.
Everybody loves the Saturday show, but we get banished to Sundays. But for a Sunday show, awesome, just great foot traffic. Location's nice. It's a little outside of it's still in the suburbs, but it's still pretty drivable for most folks. It's on the southern end of the suburbs, so they don't really have a lot of shows over there. So I imagine it picks up some more traffic from those folks. But free parking, $5 to get in, and yeah, it's a good show.
So, when you're there, do you feel you're more of a buyer or a seller? Also, Flip,
Buyer.
I have a question about the TJ piece. You're more of a buyer at the show, even if you're behind the desk.
Even behind the desk, man. Like to be quite honest, like all my inventory except for the seal that I brought for trade bait is listed on TCG Player or eBay. So like I don't even sweat if it doesn't sell there. To be honest,
Got it.
I'm just there for the buying opportunity. So every time somebody walks by with a binder, I'm always asking, oh hey, what's up? Anything? Got any bangers in there? Anything cool? And usually that opens up the conversation, and then I always have to go for it. Like, hey, anything you're willing to let go or trade?
Right.
Like always in this day and age, always have to be asking.
Real quick, Steel City is in the house. What's up, Steel? How are you, buddy? That's Steve.
What
Do you watch
up?
Steve at all? Do you watch Steel City?
I haven't. No.
So he does mostly
Yeah, I'll have
like
to-
rookie, investment. He grew. I watched
Right on.
him. I watched him. I guess I started with him back in September. I think he's already over 5K subs. He does
Let's
really
go.
good kind of charting. Make sure to kind of take into the pack equation into things. What's going on, Steve? Flip, I have a question for you. When you say you work with TJ, are you saying you work like with his church, or you just work like in the bulk game with him? Like, how does that work for you? I might have to just have another conversation with you in general. So as a buyer, when you're at the show, how is that different than like Facebook, or whether it's like on the percentages? Do you find like it's a more like primed and ready conversation? Do you find that they're more willing to, or like they're already prepared to deal in percentages because they're at the show? Like, or is it harder at the show because there's so many other people? Like, kind of what's the vibe for you?
Yeah, I'd say most people are pretty open. I think they more or less expect it. If you're walking around with a binder, I think most vendors at this point are just kind of curious, if got any goodies in there. And then plus, the branding that I have, like I got my tablecloth, my my banner thing. So it's, honestly, I don't even have to ask most folks. They just come up, still buying, or sometimes people come up with just slab in hand, not even any words, just like shove it in your face.
What do you pay for this?
What do you want for the CGC9? Come on, I know what I got.
$10. All right. What was the thing you regretted buying in the last show? What's the thing you were so excited to buy in the last show? And what's the kind of common thing you'd like to buy at a show?
Oh, dude, I could tell you about when I just bought maybe a month or so. I got cooked.
You got cooked. I like this story. I like bad beats. Go ahead. Give me your bad beat.
Chinese gem pack Gengar. I think it's the Gengar. Maybe CBB5? Whatever.
Yeah.
The Gengar everyone's freaking out over. Came to my my table. Dude had all the bulk from the gem packs in hand, right? And so I'm like, oh man, he must have just ripped the box. He just wants to be cashed out. Okay, not a problem. I looked at the card, still in the sleeve. It was one of the matte back sleeves, so not the see-through transparent. I just got caught up in the hype, man. To be quite honest, I just got caught up in the hype, and he had all the bulk with it. I'm looking at the card. I'm like, man, this thing is nice. It's a good copy. And then I told him, yeah, I'd probably buy, 75, 80% or something. He's like, okay. And so I comped it out. He took my number along with all the bulk. I took all the bulk with it too. He threw in the bulk for free. That's how much of a pal he was.
He was helping you
out. The bulk for free. Yeah, what a pal. And then I bought it. And then as I get home, because I kind of set all my inventory that I pick up at a show to the side so I can just, make sure I get it added to eBay or TCG Player. I take it out of the sleeve, start inspecting it, and immediately I was like, this is the fakest card I've ever seen in my life. And I got cooked. I mean, just bad beat. I didn't do my homework. I evidently didn't take it out of the sleeve, I guess, and look at the back. Because as soon as I did that, super obvious that it
All
was
right,
fake.
so
That's
because there's probably some people watching or going to watch, hopefully in the future. What made it so obvious? Like, because I'm sure that there are people that are new that don't understand why that would be super obvious or why you should take it out of the sleeve in the first place, which you would have otherwise. What was the obvious tells?
yeah, man. It looked like how would I describe? How would I describe it? It's just like a sticker. Like
Okay.
the color was off. Um, the back did not. Here, let me see. I got a Japanese card around here somewhere.
The worst I had, it was like a
Or
$6 card that I did not trust, and I literally was like, I'm gonna rip this thing because I don't feel like selling it to somebody and hearing. And it was clearly an authentic card. After I ripped it, I was like, son of a bitch. But
it's so
that's not the
bad,
same thing.
dude. It's so bad. And
It was an older card. It was like a $6, and it was not great condition, but it was like, man,
yeah,
did
yeah.
they?
Okay.
All right, let me
Here.
see.
Oh, there you go. I found
you
all the
actually have
bulk
the card?
that came with it.
Hey, there we go.
No, I don't know where the heck I put it. I was actually started traveling around with it, putting it out on the show just in case the guy ever came back.
Hey, just like you, buddy.
Boom! I'm changing it up today. Check it out.
Oh, okay. Little sugar-free Sprite. Got it. Coke Zero Sprite.
Yeah. Just trying to cut down on the caffeine at night, my man.
Oh man, I could drink that whole thing and pass out 10 minutes later. Don't worry about me. So, is this a typical night for you? Oh, look at that.
I mean, this is a real card.
Yeah.
Let me tell you that it did not look anything like this. The
Okay.
colors, the yellow was like Pikachu yellow. It was not this yellow. It was Pikachu yellow.
Right.
And just, I mean, I don't know what I was thinking. Just
You were excited.
Whatever.
You were
It's a
excited.
loss. Right? I was excited, man. And
how much of a loss? Like, what would you remember? You remember what you bought for it? Bad beats, I remember always. So
yeah, I mean, I think the card was like market like 130 at the time.
okay.
I paid $100 maybe. Like,
All right, so that's not as bad. I was thinking this was like at the $400 range. I thought you were getting smoked.
No, and maybe there's a couple different Gengars in the Chinese exclusives, right? But not the banger one, but the one that had some hype for sure.
Yeah. I bought a PSA 10 of that.
Oh, there you go.
I can't remember what I paid for it. I think it was like $500 when I paid it, and like a month later it spiked up, and whatever it spiked up to, I was like, "There's really no reason for me not to sell this." Like as much as I'm like, I actually liked the card, and I was still like, "No, this is stupid for me to hold on to at this price." And then it dropped like a rock right after that. So, a friendly reminder.
That's the thing with Chinese packs right now is print runs is we have no clue. I mean, like who knows what kind of printing they're doing over there, like what the print runs are. It's kind of risky.
So, are you staying away from Chinese in general, or just get back on the horse? Had one bad beat, get back. I still like these for this reason, or maybe like still like PSA or graded versions only. Or curious where you're at with that.
Bangers only.
Bangers
so,
only. Okay.
Yep. If it's a banger, I'll take it in. The bulk I'll take in actually. Like I'm not going to pay super high on it, but I mean, a lot of them are Pokeballs, right? Or like really unique foils. So I've actually had pretty good luck moving those on eBay. So they move, and especially the guy threw in all the real bulk. What a con job, huh? He threw in he disguises a fake card with all the real bulk. What a con artist.
I mean, you know what? he knew what he was doing. He knew his target market. Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Somebody on my server just sent a picture. They're watching us on TV while they pack bulk to deliver sometime in like the next couple of days. Actually, I just made a pretty big deal. You tell me, am I getting cooked or not? All right. I have a tendency to sort of try and take everything. All right. My goal is to just basically try and say yes to as much as possible. A bunch of Greninja EX Premium collections, some Hobzations, some Moonlit tins, couple 3-pack blisters, Pitch Black ETBs, Chaos ETBs, booster bundles, and a Pitch Black booster box. I don't go below the actual MSRP. If the trade rate would go below MSRP, I don't do that. So I'm floored on anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
All in, they're getting $861 in trade credit. They're buying from my store a Paldea Evolved ETB, a Fusion Strike ETB, a Roaring Moon ETB, and a Surging Sparks ETB. Now I'm ahead on all of those things, but it's out the door. And now, I mean, I still need to receive and do the trade in person when, check the books, but I'll move all the other stuff as quickly as possible. I'll make back on margin again. So now I'm not holding the inventory that maybe others would have liked, but I can always just buy back in is how I look at it. But I'm curious how you think of a deal like that.
So you took in, so you're sending out those 4 or 5 ETBs then?
It's 4 ETBs for 21 objects, basically, of various quality, let's say, standards. Anything that's not flagship, which is primarily like ETBs and booster boxes, is trade at 75.
And what were the 21 items?
Oh, that's like, that's like the Greninja collection, Hop Stations. It's a bunch of stuff you can find retail. Like, I'm not pretending.
Okay.
Right, so it's all that, but the market on it is just gently over 1,000, right? But they're getting trade credit of 861.90. You deal in numbers at the show. So while you wouldn't necessarily do this in sealed, you prefer singles. I'm curious what's going on, Josie. I'm curious how you feel about a deal like that. Just not something you would do.
Generally, if I'm trading sealed, like because I don't have a great outlet because I don't list. If you look at my inventory, eBay and TCG Player, I don't think I have any sealed at all. Like no sealed. What DJ talks about with shipping is absolutely correct. Shipping is killing you right now. It's so bad right now, and the recent increases from USPS have made it a heck of a lot worse. So personally, I don't like taking in a bunch of sealed items unless they are, like those prismatic ETBs, ascended ETBs, things that are a bit more liquid, more desirable. Like the ancillary stuff is just, man, that's brutal to me. Like I just wouldn't take that small stuff unless I can, use that as trade bait for future deals. So I guess that's a caveat.
So I do it in 2 ways. Trade bait for future deals and fast moving. I move it with a guy who moves Force, who moves to stores you don't get. So they're plus up that now they have access where they didn't have access.
So you got a bit of a different situation then.
Yeah, I think it'd be a little tougher to swallow the ancillary if I didn't. In fact, there was like a month and a half right before the store was opening up on answer your questions. Hey, yeah, appreciate you, Flip. I'd love to have you on some night, man. I know it's late.
Man.
Yeah, see you. Rip headphone users. That's true, old cozy. Yeah, that tape is killing people. Are you mic'd up?
Yeah, AirPods. Does that count?
Well, the users are hearing all of that tape. Is what Chad is saying.
Hang on, one more.
There you go. All right. No more earmuffs for you guys.
My
How many
bad, guys.
boxes are you sending out?
This one, I'm trying to get up to 25 by the end of the week.
Commons uncommon?
No, I'm not going to have that. I'm going to have like 20 commons uncommons, and then I'm hoping to fill 5 foils. Like I've been getting pretty lucky. Like some of this stuff is clearly not sifted or organized.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just, every 9, 10th, 11th card is a foil. So I'm getting kind of little bonus there. You know what I mean?
Are you sifting?
Yeah, I'm sifting right now. Here's what I'm sifting out. So this is commons and commons. And then I'm pulling out anything sun and moon, X, Y, or older. So all
Okay.
these are, I mean,
That's good. That's a good amount,
yeah, there's
actually.
even some vintage. Yeah, I mean, there's vintage mixed in. It's, yeah. You ever get these unknowns?
Yeah, I like unknown, actually.
Unknown? Yeah, these things move all day, dude. Oh yeah,
I like unknown. He's a fun little one.
Here you go. These bad boys from Neo. Oh, where are we at? Yeah, these guys. You get a bunch of these.
Oh, those are good. Those are
Yeah,
good.
they move all day. These are oof, probably MP.
I mean, whatever.
It's okay. Win some, you lose some. Yeah, I've been having a lot of luck with kind of mid-era bulk, and then even played stuff moves. Like, yeah, I'm looking at my sales from today. I mean, this one just came in, a Cyndaquil common card from EX Sandstorm in a near mint, and like, there you go.
TCG player or eBay?
This is eBay.
Okay. I was curious if maybe Bronze has talked a little bit about this. Like, you just don't even fight the eBay algorithm and just put like, even though you can get a slightly upticked or elevated percentage on eBay, like if it's not near mint, just don't put it on eBay and put all like the moderately played stuff on TCG player. I'm curious what you think about that.
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of leaning the other way, because because an MP card, even LP, can still present pretty well on the front. So most people just think most people just care about what it looks like from the front. So if it's got some whitening, some edge wear on the back, and you got to downgrade it to LP MP, as long as it presents pretty nicely on the front, like that card, at least for me, still moves.
Okay.
So like I got no problem listing that on eBay. On eBay. But as far as the TCG players, I guess I've been listing so much on eBay that. Oh, the caveat, I guess, is I do put damage on TCG player. So if it's if it's an older card, like any vintage damage, I'll put on TCG player, just because there's always people out there trying, freaking PSA 1 plays and.
That's true. I forgot about the phone book collectors. Yeah, told Base to execute missing a whole ass corner and it was picked up. There you go.
PSA
Guys,
1.
If you're not following Stealth Moon, please do so. Excuse me, not Stealth Moon. Steal the Moon. Steal the Moon. I should say that right. She's brand new. She has a great YouTube. She's doing this to pay off her Pokédebts, much like myself, although I'm not all Pokédebt. But she's just got a really nice YouTube going right now. She's starting on Whatnot to try and test that out with what moves on some like vintage cards. Anyway, I found her journey fun to watch. She's brand new.
Steal the Moon. Okay, all right.
Big fan.
Still.
I did Whatnot as a rip and ship for a while, and I loved the rip and ship. In fact, it was partly why I had so much bulk to start out with. But it's just such a different vibe when you're doing rip and ship versus like selling singles. So,
how long did you do Whatnot for?
Like September through kind of January. I sort of stopped the minute I was really going into the bulk stuff because it was just like something's got to give from a time perspective. And I was finding more personal enjoy. I liked the Whatnot stream because I gamified it a bit. Like we had a vault program where if you got the hit of the set that you were ripping, like you got extra packs and that were, in every purchase of a vault product got like extra packs added to the vault. So like it built on itself. It was fun when it hit. Like one person, there was like 200 plus packs when that hit the first time. Another person was like 140 packs or something. The first person wanted the packs and they ripped it off stream. The second person let me rip the packs that they won on stream. So that was like a fun night. I was fully prepared to go to bed early that night. Like, oh, I'll just do a half hour, maybe make a few sales, move on. And then I was ripping for like 4 hours basically.
Oh my God. What not has serious peer pressure built in?
It does. It does.
Especially if you've got, you know, a decent sized audience, it's like, well, you know, like why would you leave? You know, you can keep selling, I guess.
So, Steal the Moon, how much a variety of different sets would you say is successful? I'm thinking of picking up a couple booster boxes with my invisible money, of course, and trying it out. So what I would say to you is you can do themed nights where like, hey, I'm just going to do like, I don't know, Phantasmal Flames. That was that's what I had a lot of access to, right? My caution to you is booster boxes cost so much that you're not going to probably make your money back in selling the sleeves right now. You're better off like getting collection boxes and things like that, ripping those for packs or sleeves, breaking them down so you have a bit more kind of set. When I was doing it, I was doing Mega Flames. I had a bunch of like Surging, Prismatic. I probably had about 10 sets that we ripped. I would say you want more if you can get it, because you know, sometimes like randomly people would be like, oh, I want to rip Evolving Skies, or I want to rip 151. You don't have to have those things, but you want to be mindful of kind of where your price point is. And you just have to know that like, even at $10 a pack on the average, if you were buying in the like $5 to $7 range after fees and shipping and all the production costs and your time, you're maybe making $1 a pack. Now that's not bad money, but you really want velocity. Otherwise you're just sitting on these unopened packs that may not be valuable in the space outside of another rip and ship. So you may end up having to move it for under what you would have purchased or what you would have gotten in terms of kind of value back. So it's a weird balance. You got to really be committed to, I'm going to do this for a while, even if it's a loss leader. Sorry. Collection boxes are fantastic for single packs. You can often get them in significant pack. Yeah, a really good cheat code right now is like, what the hell are these called? 1 second. The Mega Zygarde. Now, you may not get a lot of people that want to rip Perfect Order, but inside there's like 2 Phantasmal Flames. So like you're getting 2 things that people will want to rip, and then you're getting a bunch of other things that you could sell at a lower price point to entice people, in theory, to work with you. And even if you sold the Phantasmal Flames to somebody else for a higher price point to recoup some of that money, you probably can lower your buy price on Perfect Order. That might entice buyers to just start out. The math is mathing. I'm actually ripping these up. Like I'm collecting these because, and Ivan, I'm gonna give you your flowers. Day 1 that we started the pack out program, Ivan went onto the website and donated 5 packs to the program for the pack it out program. He was one of the very first people to do so. And now, as of today, before our final numbers for the month, just as of today, we're at 71 packs that are going to be donated in September from just this month alone.
Go.
So
That's
what
great
I'm
to hear, dude. Yeah.
So I'm going to be ripping these out to get packs because there's just so many packs on a per volume basis for like a price point. So yeah.
Yeah, Zygarde box. What is that? 8, 10 packs?
It's 8 packs. Yeah.
8 packs.
Is $450 for a black and white flare PKC a good deal? Sounds okay. Let me
I'd
check
say your ballpark.
I would say you're in the ballpark for sure. I just
had somebody trade me a bunch of bulk for both of them, actually. Black Bolt and White Flare Pokemon Center ETBs.
So Black Bolt is $275. White Flare Pokemon Center ETB is $245. So $275 plus $245 is $520. You said you're paying $450 divided by $520. You're getting it at 86%. You know, they're more desirable items. You could probably get them for closer to that 80% mark if you're willing to really fight for it. But if you just want them both, they're in good quality. What I would ask, or if I was you from a cash position, if they're already in like acrylics, or if they have acrylics, maybe you can get the acrylics on top in that scenario. Just a thought. It would help justify sort of the little bit extra that you just spent. One I remember was the Venusaur. Yeah, the Venusaur was a great box from GameStop. So we were talking about the worst beat you got. What was the best thing you bought?
Like ever?
Yeah. Just either it rose great in value or you just got such a good deal on it. You still think of it, man, I wish I got 10 more of those.
Oh, man. Honestly, I'm having a hard time kind of... I haven't really had any, like, one of those generational buys. Like I talk on the channel a lot about, like, base hits. Like, you know, like, just keep racking the base hits. I'm not trying to hit a home run when I try to make deals, and I just really focus on the base hits. And here, I'll use a recent one, though, that stood out to me. It was a bulk buy, about 50,000 cards. I mean, absolutely no frills. Like, she was really easy to negotiate with. And, you know, my rate cards, you know, I put it in the post. So it's, you know, here's my rate. How many cards you got? Yeah. And she said, yeah, hey, I got X amount of cards. Where can we meet? And I gave her a location. We met up. And as I'm like looking through I always verify a couple of boxes just to double check, you know. I'm always spying for codes and energies just in case. But as I'm looking, as I'm looking through the bulk, I'm like, holy cow, this is good stuff. You know, I'm like mid-era, WotC vintage. And then I get to the foils and I'm like, are you serious? Like, I mean, EX, just WotC, EX era stuff, and mint. I mean, I'm talking near mint reverse holo foils, like e-readers. And I'm like, I'm buying this for 3 cents a card, right? And I'm like, yeah, looks good. Looks good to me.
100%. I'm happy to be here.
Pretty much. And I'm like looking through, and I think I got some of them here with me. I never listed these for inventory because they were just so clean. Actually, this might be from a different buy, but here's some of the stuff I've been pulling. Swear to God, pulling out of bulk. Like, here's a Suicune Hollow mid-era.
Nice.
Another Suicune, just gorgeous mid-era, you know, foils. And here's a reverse holo Guardy. But the I don't have any of those reverse holos, the e-readers, but they were near mint. They were perfect, and all the stuff was sorted. Like, all her cards were sorted. It wasn't like she didn't know what was in there. It was very clearly sorted by era and set. And I was like, oh my God, like, what a treasure to actually get in and dig in. And I'm still not done. Like, I have probably 10,000 mid-era commons and uncommons that I just waiting to be sifted. And I'm like, I know there's Gengars in there. I know there's crazy Pikachus, and like that buy, when you're buying it for a penny a card to 3.5 cents a card, like, that's the type of buy that, I mean, that's like 100x return. Seriously, like, it's potentially 100x return if you sift out the value and work for it. And like, I mean, I spent $700-800 on it on the bulk buy, and yeah, it seriously could be like, okay, 100x would be a lot of money, but okay, maybe 50x, right?
Right.
Like, there's a ton of value in it, and I know if I ever need inventory, I could just pull out a stack of 1,000 of those cards and just rip and list, and like, some of it will sell. So
all right. So Steele's got a question for you in the chat, since you were talking about this journey here. I'm not sure if you're watching chat. Are you?
Where do you see the chat? Dude, I'm such a boomer with some of this stuff. Like,
you might have to have it just on YouTube. I don't know. I thought I had it so that you could see chat. No?
Private comments. Oh, here you go. Okay.
She's talking about your scenario there. What you just talked about.
When you come home and find all these diamonds in the bulk, do you feel bad at all for paying lower than what the bulk's worth? It happened to me recently. You know, I think that's a very human part of the buying and selling experience, is like, is you know the value that you're getting once you're looking at it. You're just like, oh my gosh, like wow, there's a ton of value here. But I guess I would say the seller also agreed to the value that you were providing up front in terms of cash, right? You're essentially trading. They're essentially trading all the time of sifting and going through and selling it themselves, um, in exchange for you doing that work and pulling that value and generating that value. Um, and these deals don't happen unless we shake hands, right? We agree on a price and money is exchanged. So I feel less bad, because I think there is seller responsibility too, right? It's you could have definitely pulled those cards out, and I would have never known. I would have never been the wiser. And then you can go and sell the 20, near mint e-readers for $20-$30 a piece, right? Um, I would have never known, and you'd have been fine, but you would have had to do all the work too. So I think it's a little bit of give and take, and I think there's some responsibility on the seller to know what's in that stack too. And if you don't want to do the work, then that's what I'm going to do.
So I'll jump in on this so you're not solo on this. My answer to you is the following. I fully agree with what Ivan just said. That to me, this is about we shook hands. I didn't know it was in there. You clearly didn't know it was in there. We both moved on with our days, right? Like I paid you based on the pricing that we agreed to. Like that's number one. Number two, there's a reason that we do the work, right? Like sifting for value and seeing what's in there. If I will draw the line, like, and this is just me personally, mostly because I know my one of my mods is on, and his biggest fear and why he still hasn't given me his bulk, even though he has a metric ton of bulk, is that he's like, well, what if I find something? I was like, dude, if you find something, I will just like huge, I will just give it back. And then like he started going through his stuff, and he found like a gold mega Charizard, and he was like, see, I wouldn't have found this. I said, yes, but I would have given it back to you, right? Like in that scenario. So I would say, anything like crazy, I'm probably going to give back. But at that point, I'm also not offering to pay for it. I'm just literally just giving it back. The caveat though is, for me, like, I look at it, I'm very contractually minded. So if we agreed to a price, we shook hands, like Evan was just saying, and we both walked away happy, then I don't know that you have a duty to warn beyond that. If we were at a show, for instance, and you dropped that shit off, I wouldn't know who you were after that. One of the things that I'm going to dime out my sifter right now, who I'm sure is watching or is going to watch. So she found like 3 weeks later that she had a really nice Psyduck. Now, she's been told since day one, you see a card that you like, as long as we've paid that person for the card, I do not care what you take. I don't care how much you take. And she has like a whole binder now that's like literally about like things that she's found along the sift. She does so much work that, like, put this in perspective, she's probably done just this month like 500,000 cards sifted for me. I don't care what she takes. Right. And it's not that much, but like at the end of the day, like she found a really nice Psyduck. Later on down the road, somebody was like, oh, I think the card's like $20. And she like immediately felt bad. And even if we wanted to track down who did that card come from, I don't know that we could, to be honest with you, because it's so much in the volume, just in the sea of cardboard. And I was like, don't feel bad. You know what? Somebody got paid. You walked away with a win. Everybody's happy. And I was committed to her keeping it, because like I look at that as like the bonus. I'm not even selling it, right? Like this is just the bonus that she gets to have for doing a really good job. And what do I want that kind of? Sure, but I also didn't do the work, kind of to Ivan's point about the other person, right? Like I could have done the sift, found the card, and it would be mine. In this case, she did the work, so she gets the reward. So I wouldn't feel bad about it myself. On the other hand, Ivan, you're gonna need a sifter, and I know you have like a small child, so get those hands to work.
You can. My oldest can sort foils and regular cards, so he's at least at that level.
Okay.
It's a start. Generally, child labor is looked down upon, though.
The children yearn for the mines. What are you talking about?
I gotta put my kids to work. Like, you ever watch what's his name? Dan, Catch 'em All Collectibles,
Yes.
and he talks about putting his kids to work, and they're on payroll and tax, paid as employees, and
So no lie, when I started this, mindful that I did not know how big I might get it, would I be successful in it in any way? I was starting with my comics, to be fair, where like none of that. But because of my employer, I have to register any other employment activity that I do. And so I went to general counsel and I was like, hey, listen, this is what I plan on doing. Is there any problems? And she looked at me and she had more questions, just kind of in general. And so her questions are, why are you doing this? But sort of snide, right? Like, why are you doing this? And I was like, I don't know. It just seems like fun. I have a bunch of collectibles. I want to get back into this space. I want to be able to.
Isn't that a children's card game?
Well, for her, it was like, it's because the conversation started with comics. So she was definitely like already judging me. But yeah, kind of. And I was like, listen, it's something that I could do with my kids. It's something that I think is fun. It's something that I want to do. I can earn maybe a little bit of extra money. But at the end of the day, like, I also want to be able to pay my kids and put things into an IRA for them. And she was like, wait a minute, what? I was like, yeah, I mean, I can't do that through work because that's not how this works. But if I have my own business, I can funnel money into an IRA that's for them. And then all of a sudden she perked the hell up like, oh, wait a minute, like you can do that. And I was like, yeah, right. Like, so now my dumb idea isn't so dumb, is it? No, I haven't done a lot of this, but I am trying my best to get there. And recently I put I just put a bunch of time in with them, kind of learning how to do like sorting, so to speak, which for them is just match the cards. Literally, like you see a Gengar, put it with another Gengar, kind of a thing. They don't know anything other than match the cards. My 3-year-old is even helpful, and I'm like, man, I can sort of start to justify this, or like, hey, what cards do you like, and have those kind of sit down conversations with them. But my goal is by next year is to have the IRA set up so that one, I'm depleting my cash position in a way that allows me to offset some of the books against the IRS requirements,
100%.
and then the other is to put them ahead because I really want to make sure that they're further ahead and out of debt differently than their father. So yeah.
It's
But
funny you mentioned your 3-year-old, dude. Because my 3-year-old, she loves Pikachu. She has a Pikachu binder, and it's
okay.
just, commons and uncommons, nothing crazy. But as I was sorting out a collection buy, there was a big old stack of Pokemon Day 2026 Pikachu holos, right?
Yep.
And I let my eyes off for a second, and she's like, "Oh, Daddy, Pikachu's," and she's, you know how a 3-year-old holds things, right?
Oh yeah. She's like this.
She's like, "Look at this, Pikachu's." And I'm like, "No, they're 10 bucks each."
Oh no. You're not allowed
Yes,
to go to college now, young lady.
Oh yeah, light play.
Light play is wild work, my friends.
I'm like, I guess they're yours now.
100%.
So,
That was the goal.
Okay.
That was the goal.
Build out her binder, I did text you.
I did. I saw.
Okay.
I responded back. I don't mind saying I'm in government contracting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
we're adjacent. I'm in government, and you're in the contracting side.
Okay. Yeah. So we have very specific rule sets that we have to follow. So.
Yeah, mine isn't as strict as because yours probably comes with a bunch of stipulations, and
yeah,
it's all downstream of government regulations and ethics. So
yeah,
mine isn't quite so severe because I'm pretty sure my employer does not have an official position on Pokemon cards.
Yeah, so. Probably not. Oh, that's the end of that story. So I get through this conversation with general counsel, and she goes, "Please don't make me fill out this paperwork." And I was like, "What do you mean?" And she was like, I just don't want to, right? Like, you're not doing anything clearly that we're going to be competing in. Please don't fill out the paperwork where I have to actually do it. I was like, as long as you remember you said that. And then I went quickly to my bosses and was like, listen, I'm telling you what I'm doing. I'm not going to interfere with our work. This is in no way competitive. I will always be on time and do my job. And they were like, yeah, we don't care. And half of them have like their own extra side gig. One does like bartending, another one makes like videos. Like they all do something.
Yep.
And so like on my end, they really didn't care, but it was funny to me.
You know, it's all about conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest, or and I'm glad that this, at least what I do, there's no conflict at all. It would be a stretch upon stretch upon stretch of the imagination, and I've seen stuff because I'm a manager, so I get to review potential conflicts of interest, and it's like I'm not even on anyone's radar. Not with Pokemon, at least. It's pretty safe. Yeah,
that's fair.
Old Cozy says, why Nancy Pelosi gets away with it. Best stock picker in history.
Hey, just the only thing we should be doing is following that portfolio.
It would be the same. So I guess the parallel I draw there is maybe like an Anon TCG or a Dan who has like connects in the distribution world and kind of knowing what to buy maybe a month or so ahead of us, right?
Yeah.
So like I guess that would be the insider trading in the Pokemon world.
I listen to all these guys so I know when to get in and when to get out.
Did you watch the most recent? No, not most recent, but Anon a week or so ago thinks Destin Rivals getting to 70-80.
Dude, yes, I 100%. So we've had two major buyouts of a botter within spitting distance of our locale, and somebody got a little agitated in the Discord recently about it because they were like, why are we helping this person? I was like, this person's gonna make the money either way, right? You don't have to be party to this opportunity. I didn't participate, and the reason I didn't participate is because at $95, I'm not prepared to buy $95 when I think it's going to $80. So I'm saving my cash position. This isn't an ethical issue. It's literally I just don't think it's low enough. So
you're holding out.
Oh yeah, I think it's going to be. I'm going to buy or deal in trade or whatever else when that thing is at 80 and people are just looking to get rid of it so that they can get into more 30th or whatever.
See, okay, so I'm gonna, and you know this, Ryan, because I texted you. But I think this is gonna be my next. You guys that post daily, man, I can't keep up with you. But my next video, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna do Destin Rivals and my move on it. But I'm giving you guys a heads up. I did go in. I didn't go all in. No. I went in, and I bought from a botter. I was there. I saw it with my own two eyes. I kid you not, 600 freaking ETBs in a garage.
Yep.
And like I'm asking all the and we've done some deals in the past, and like one of the things you have to think about from these botters is they're not getting it at MSRP. They're getting it at MSRP plus botting costs.
Yep.
Right. So 70, 60, whatever, $69.99 on Walmart, and then you factor in botting costs. So that's license, that's proxies, that's accounts, like all these things. And guys, I'm not speaking from experience. I'm just, no. I've been in the game for 5+ years. So I have an idea of what botters do and what it takes. And it costs money. Like these guys are running to get their setups going, thousands upon thousands of dollars.
Yep.
So when you factor in all
even the absolute ability to hit.
Right. And he's telling me, and this is a side story, but he's telling me that what they're missing is accounts. Like they'll hit, but Target has actually figured out how to, believe it or not, kind of cancel a lot of the multiple orders because they were doing the whole jigging addresses and putting in question marks, but they're getting canceled, so they're missing Target accounts or unique shipping addresses is their bottleneck. But back to what I was saying, they're paying $69.99 plus bonding costs, which is around 15 to 20 bucks. So at $85 is my guess, is probably the break even. So that's in my opinion, that's the floor, right? Like I don't think these guys are gonna sell at a loss. Like I just don't think that's possible. However, I did also see 600 ETBs with my own two eyes, and credit card bills tend to stack up, right?
This is the problem. So my answer to you is I'll take break even so I don't have to pay interest. So I can see somebody doing a wipeout of, you want all 600, I'll give you 80, which is below cost, but what I'm losing here is different than what I'm gonna have to fight, tooth and nail to get all this sold and pay my interest and. So I just look at it and go, at some point, and it also depends on when you picked them up, like how much did you pick them up, how much did you hit right away, in which case maybe your cost on was cheaper than somebody who had to have several failed attempts. Like there's a lot that goes into it. I would say it's probably, if it's 60 out the door, I would say 80 is where I'm at from a break even. And so 85 is $5 profit per. I basically, I think I've already put it, I think I even shared it with you. I know I posted in the Discord, and I know I posted it to Instagram, and it's basically 80, you back up the truck. Anywhere between 80 and 90, you start buying. But I'm not willing to buy at 95. Now, I did buy about 4 weeks before I posted that. I bought 16, I want to say, at 125. And I don't care. We're like, even now, knowing it's lower, I'm like, okay, and like I'm not sweating it, but I'm not gonna buy more until it hits my target price. Good day. Came across your channel recently. Oh, thanks, Mubs. How are you? And you're MTG, huh? Are you a Magic player? Do you do Magic at all, Ivan? Have you ever?
No, not playing, but I have. I haven't really talked about it on the channel too much, but I have probably 100,000 Magic bulk.
Dude, you're sitting on a gold mine.
Well, yes and no. Like I think it's pretty sifted, just based on some of the rough sifting that I've been doing, and I mean, most of the stuff's like 3-4 cents a piece. But live Magic inventory on eBay, I don't know, probably 500 cards. TCG player, maybe 1,000. Like I don't have a lot. I was getting quite jealous when Phantom did his. Remember when he split off and did the Magic only eBay store?
Yeah.
And like he's getting stuff to move. I'm like, I'm sitting over here with like 10 times the inventory. I can't get anything to move. like what am I doing wrong?
I mean, it could have been what you had, because he had a bunch of like what you would probably call like mid-era comparatively. At least that's what I saw, that seemed to be moving. Now maybe I just wasn't paying close enough attention, but oh, that's a good call. X pointing out, would you try Mana Pool?
Yeah, I'm glad you called that out, because actually, after watching Phantom do it, I went ahead and created my account maybe a month or so ago and have done absolutely nothing since then.
You created the account, but you haven't listed anything?
I haven't lifted a finger for Mana Pool. My justification is that I'm chasing dollars somewhere else. Well, that would be just more or less kind of pulling my attention away from what I'm doing. You know what I mean? So I feel like I'm gonna go back there and just try to build it out. But the multiple stores, man, like I don't know. I feel like there's an upper end to that. Like you ever think about because you got your site, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are we getting close to inventory on there, like TJ?
So yes, and if you haven't heard, I'll say it here to answer the question. Next, basically like in a week and a half, I'm going to be in an open listing competition with Bronze God for like a 12-hour period. He's doing a 12-hour stream, all day stream. I will not be doing that because I have no ability to do that. My wife would just kill me. But I'm going to do like 4 days of 3 hours a day. So, and then the last day I'm going to pair up with him so that we're kind of dual casting together for the closeout of it all. In that, I will be listing to eBay, and then hopefully, I'm going to actually list to Loomis Live to test that out so that people can see how his system works, and then I will push the inventory from the inventory tool to eBay and my site. But as I've told him, if I'm going to do that, I need Loomis Live to have Shopify, and right now it does not have Shopify. Now I will make a counter plug because I'm using their tool for the scanning purposes. I am going to be using SwordSwift's free scanning tool to go against Bronze, who is using Card Uploader, just so people can kind of see the difference between the speed of those tools, since in fairness to SwordSwift, that is the free version of scanning, and that may be appealing to others. And so, and then I'm going to showcase Loomis's system for inventory management. I know I could just push it all to SwordSwift, but his inventory has a cap on the free side of I think 2,500 cards, and I'm trying to list like 20,000 cards. So.
Oh. So does Loomis is that inventory tracking too at 2,500 cards?
No, Loomis is free right now. Loomis is completely free.
And that, but is it tracking your market price and adjusting up and down?
Yeah, it'll do all of that.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it'll.
I did not know that.
It will. You can set your pricing rules. He just developed something that I asked him to because I wanted to know if it was possible. This kind of goes to the thing that you mentioned earlier, which is so you talked about like how your belief on this with regards to I want to say it was your interview with Bronze of like, oh, I've made my margin. It's okay if it went higher, yada, right?
Yep.
So I want to take that example further, which is I call it pricing equilibrium, that it takes into account your shipping settings on these different platforms. So you choose which platforms you are on. Then you choose what type of things are go to these different platforms. And then so if a card goes to XYZ platform based on your rule set, it takes into account the shipping settings, the fee structures, promotions, the whole works, and comes up with a pricing equilibrium that says, you know, Ivan wants every card that comes out to make 20%. I'm just using that by way of example. So it will price accordingly on all of these platforms based on the rule set, so that yes, it may be it's going to be a different price on every platform regardless, but maybe on TCG Player it's $1.99 and on eBay it's $4.99 because of whatever reasons, and on Manipool it's $1. I have no idea what the thresholds would look like, but in theory this pricing equilibrium means you're guaranteed you're going to make that percentage as you deem fit based on your settings on those sites. So you never have to think about it.
Pricing based on margin. Dynamic pricing based on
correct
desired margin or something like that.
Yeah, I mean you can do it based on desired dollar value too, but I would do it on margin.
Yeah. Margin is the cleanest.
So that's something he put in. Yes, Eck points out that right now you do have to do a manual push to the TCG Player, which is the only two tools that do anything with TCG Player right now. TCG Tracking is automated because they have an old API agreement, and SwordSwift has a ability to do it, which is sort of an end run. I know that Loomis Live is working on something similar to how Sword Swift is doing it. I don't know, how they will do it in the end, but I know that they have it. But yeah, I'm basically using this as an opportunity to really test case multiple different systems against one another.
I have a confession to make.
You have a confession? What's your confession?
So all these tools, especially on the pricing tools. So I have mass price, right, as part of being a pro seller, right, on TCG Player. But I currently have 47,000 cards in inventory on TCG Player.
Right.
And every single one of those cards, except for a couple thousand, were added manually. So not even CSV imports or anything like that. I don't even know how to do that.
One by one card, you find the card, say sell this card, and add in quantity.
Exactly. Go to the inventory tab, type it up manually punch it in, and yeah, I'm off to the races.
Okay. So I do the same when it comes to TCG Player.
Okay, I'm not alone.
No, but I also don't have nearly the same number of volume or SKUs. I've had as much as 30,000 cards, but I've had 30,000 cards of like 40 SKUs.
Yeah, not gonna lie, man. When who does it? TJ or Bronze? They talk about you just CSV and then you hit upload, flip a button. I'm like, I have no idea how to do that.
It's not too bad.
Not my thing. Not my thing.
It's not too bad. Just remember, 100% flexible and happy to help you build out your needs. There you go. That's right, Sam.
Am I getting roasted in the comments?
No.
Okay.
Sam is actually saying. Sam is actually. He's vibe coded his way into success, but his superpower is that he doesn't need sleep and he's willing to say yes to almost everything, which is probably how he got married in the first place. But
what a value proposition!
There you go. No, his value prop is like, okay, Hound Dog talks about this a lot. Hound Dog, something happened to his site. I don't remember all the specifics, but his shit was going to be broken for good. And like total loss of all his scans, all his CSV, like his eBay blew up, his Shopify, basically. Like everything was linked and everything blew up. And within like 3 hours, and I don't know how he did it, I had told Pat Hound Dog about Loomis Live, and he was like, "All right, let me get this connected." And I think I'm getting the story right. If not, use it for effect. Anyway, within like 3 hours, he had his store back up and running on eBay and on Shopify, and the counts are right and everything else. So he went from totally screwed to I have a way, because the benefit to Sam is Sam understands what it's like to be on the other side of the coin here, right? Like, I need this to work because it's literally a lifeblood of how I make money on this. And so I promise you, if he hasn't thought of whatever it is that you're going to want, he will find a way to make it like a part of the system some way, somehow. And then it's just a matter of what's the prioritization requirements at the end of the day.
Let's go.
But no, Sam's good peeps. He doesn't sleep. I don't know how the fuck. Like, I don't sleep, and he puts me to shame.
You guys are maniacs. I need 7 hours.
You need 7 hours? What the? Dude, if I slept 7 hours, I wouldn't get shit done.
All right, 6. I'll meet you at that. I can function with 6, but 7 is preferred.
How are you, like, okay, realistically, how many cards do you pack a night?
Cards,
or 50. Cards or orders, whichever you prefer.
Yeah, I like orders, because sometimes TCG Player orders can, even at $9.99 shipping. So, side note, I'm at $9.99 shipping, and I was just doing one. This big boy here that I had. Let me cover up the customer info. I had to throw a non-machinable on this bad boy. Bunch of lilies.
I gotta tell you, man. When I get back on and I have everything, because I nuked my store, I am putting it at $9.99. And I'm gonna run this experiment until at least one motherfucker will buy my shit, because you are selling Lily's Determinations with $9.99 shipping, and Loomis is over here selling single sleeves for 99 cents. He's selling single sleeves on eBay for $1.
Man, that's blowout pricing.
Right?
Wait, single sleeves or packs of sleeves?
No, a single sleeve. You heard me right. A single sleeve of, I don't know, a prismatic for $1 plus 80-cent shipping. I shit you not. It is the wild. He sold a common, not even hollow, a common energy card for like 99 cents the other day on his eBay. I don't know what the algorithm is doing with his eBay, but I want every part of it.
So this 50 pack of Crown Zenith sleeves, this is $50 in potential sales for Loomis.
So I believe it's 45 in that pack, and yes. Out the pack, yeah.
Awesome.
Out the pack. He had 7 CS sleeves sell today, $5.50 pure profit.
That's gangster. Wow.
So I've already told him, because I just don't have the patience, so this kind of goes back to the conversation we were having before about, like, do you want to agree to a sale, or if you've agreed to a sale or whatever. I'm about to send Sam, because of a pre-negotiated contract, so to speak, whether he wants to continue that or not, something like 400 sleeve packs, which basically means I'm giving him like $5,000 worth of shit, right? Like, but he also has to go through the process of selling it, moving it, listing it, dealing with all the other stuff, right? The stuff that I'm not currently willing to do. And I also believe that I could get 1,000 more sleeve packs if I wanted tomorrow. Is he making a ton of profit? Yes. Does he deserve to for the extra effort that he's putting in? 100%.
That's insane. And I know you know this, Ryan, because you buy bulk, and people throw a lot of extra crap into bulk.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure you're probably sitting on at least hundreds of the 45 card sleeve packs from every which era ETB in the last 7-8 years, right?
Yep.
Like, am I sitting on a potential gold mine here, or are you?
So apparently, so I actually buy the sleeves. I buy in cash and trade sleeves. The sleeve packs, I should say. Because I worked out this lovely deal with a gentleman named Sam, who I didn't realize was going to make $1 per sleeve.
And you thought your margin was good.
I thought my margin was excellent. Are you kidding me? That's wild.
That being said, you know, I do walk shows, and yeah, I see people selling them for $5 a pack, right? I'm like, okay, yeah, I guess, you know.
I'll be honest with you. That is what I thought was going to happen. Was he would get like $5 a pack, but they would be slower movers. Not that he would sell a single sleeve like every single day to the tune of like 10 sleeves a day or some shit. Now maybe I'm wrong, but like it's enough for me to go, man, I missed the boat. But you know what? I'm happy with my margins, to your point earlier, right? Like you don't have to get 150% of every deal. I'm making good.
I wonder if the USPS scales, you know, sometimes reject the letter as like negative weight.
Oh,
I mean, it must have like 0 weight to them.
A single sleeve? Yeah, probably.
I
I
mean,
sell them for $14.99 a pack all the time. Slab, you got to test this theory up. You got
what?
He's saying he sells the packs for $14.99.
This is Crown Zenith. This is prime stuff, right? This will sell for $15.
That's what he's saying.
That's crazy.
That's what he's saying.
Crazy. I will say the bonus for buying collections, like higher end singles, anything top loaded, is that you will never have to buy top loaders ever again.
Ever, dude. All right, I'm gonna piss some people off, but I at this point I can't care. Somebody the other day, my brother-in-law was helping me, and he was like, "What are you doing with all these sleeves and top loaders?" I was like, "Chuck them." He was like, "Why?" I was like, "Dude, do you have any idea how many sleeves and top loaders I get for basically free. Like I have an infinite supply, and I cannot keep these things in my house. So I just send them to recycling. I would be happy to not have to do that, but like I can't keep, like at a certain point it doesn't make sense to constantly move these things around either.
100%, dude. Sleeves in the trash immediately. Just gone. I don't need the second million to the first million. You know what I mean?
Right. Exactly. And it's one of those things when you're first starting out, you're like, man, I need sleeves in order to move things. If they're nice, I'll take them. Hey, I'll start boxing them up for you, Ek, because I definitely am just like, nope, I'm done.
Well, so it's the same thing with energies, because I'm not gonna lie, I toss energies unless they're like fairy energies from Sword and Shield or Sun and Moon, right? But any Scarlet Violet Mega Energy I toss. But then I seen a guy paying $10 per 1,000. So I'm like, well, that's 70,000 or 7,000 in a flat rate. That's $70 minus the 28 to ship it. I guess I'm leaving $54 on the table if I can collect 7,000 energies, which I probably have many times over. It's just one of those things that, you know, you think about the economics of it. So
I do it because I don't have to ship, right? But I move energies, coins, pins, playmats, everything. Everything gets collected and everything gets moved.
Coins are great giveaways at shows. I'll say that.
They are great giveaways. You know what they all.
Awesome
you know what? Kids love the coins. I have this little game that we do. You know, ever seen those like YouTubes where like kids are trying to match like the Coke bottles or whatever? Like they can't see the one side of how it's ordered, but they keep testing out like the memory of this bottle and this bottle was correct, whatever. You know what I'm talking about?
I have not. I should ask my 7-year-old though. I'm sure he watches those.
Loomis is over here selling energies for that price. I move them for $1 a piece. This motherfucker. Yeah. So
this guy's margins cannot be touched.
No, his margins are stupid. I mean, realistically though, it does make you go like, I should just try. And I said recently that next month, after I get through this big buyout, I'd like to try a few of what Sam is doing, just to be like, I tried, like you're $9.99, I'm gonna try that. I'm just gonna try it.
You know what I wonder is the audacity, and I mean it in the best way possible, like the audacity of it kind of weeds out a lot of potential sellers who wouldn't even dream of trying it, right, or thinking of it, which leaves the kind of like a survivorship bias where those that are pulling it off and doing it are successful, because not a lot of people even think about it.
That's a good point. Like there's not a lot of people doing it. That's why he's the only one, or there's the only 4, and so there's only 4 dealers to deal with in the first place. Okay, so what you're saying is we should interrupt his flow and just we'll all make a little less, but we'll all make more collectively. Got it. Sam, we're fucking up your business now. Everything is value. It's not necessarily worth your time. See, that's true. And one of the things I'm trying to get through on the bulk side is like 50 machines to make this way faster, because the volume is how many what's your peak on a month bulk in?
Oh man, if I didn't spend the first week in Japan, this would be 600,000.
See,
because I'm sitting at, what is it, the 25th? I probably shipped out 400,000 bulk this month. So if I had just that one more week, I'd probably $500,000.
Yeah. See, so I'm doing $500,000 this
you're
month.
there, right?
Yeah, I'm doing $500,000 this month. But that's the point. Is like, but $500,000, it's a lot of work, right? Like it's not a lot of work if you don't care and just box it up and move. But if you're really like you have to go through the process of shipping out, you have to go through it. So if you're gonna have to go through it anyway, you might as well like see if there's any real value. Like it's work. Like I get why most people don't want to do it. So
yep. just like anything else, where there's the boring, dirty stuff that doesn't have a lot of glitz or glamour or sexiness to it. I mean, there's always an opportunity, and to the few doing it, yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah, it's crazy. I haven't even dipped into my bulk reserves. Like, this is all bulk that I've just picked up in the last 2 months, and I mean, I don't know if you shop at Costco, but I've got the clear like, I've got the 45 quart green made see-through totes that each have about like 20,000 bulk in them, and I've got a laundry room just stacked to the ceiling with just reserve bulk that I should probably dip into and move, but I don't know. Maybe it'll be currency one day, Pokemon bulk.
So it won't be currency, like caps from what the hell's that game? Fallout. Thank you. Actually, were you a Fallout player?
Yeah, Fallout 4. I got into Fallout 4 big when it came out.
That's right. That's right after New Vegas. That's the one in like
after
Boston.
New Vegas. Yep.
Yeah.
I think it was New Vegas, then 3, and then 4.
No, it was 3 then New Vegas because I played 3 before. Well, I want to say it was New Vegas is my favorite.
Don't forget Fallout Shelter on mobile. I played the crap out of that game. That thing was addicting as heck.
I didn't play that, and I didn't play much of 4. I played probably 3 times through 3 and twice through New Vegas. I loved New Vegas.
So is Fallout 5 happening? Is this like it's happening, right?
I mean, I imagine they have enough of a cult following plus the show.
Like what are they? What is who makes it again? It's
Bethesda.
Oblivion, right? Or Bethesda? Yeah. Aren't they working on Elder Scrolls 5? Or
I mean, I couldn't tell you. I haven't played a video game or watched a show. I watched the first episode of Green Lanterns while my brother-in-law was here, and that's the first show I think I've watched in 9 months. Because all my nights are this right now.
Facts, dude. Facts. Like, I think about like value of time so much, and I talk about that in my videos. I'm like, yeah, I guess I could watch this TV show, or I could, get another box of bulk. I'll say this. I was telling this to TJ. That I am not the best preacher or best resource to talk about work-life balance, because I've in this season right now, I am so heavily indexed to work that most people would probably say I'm crazy. And
how old are your littles?
How it is? 7 and 3.
Yeah, see, I know Phantom was yelling at everybody like a few weeks ago about how you spend your time, and I get it, right?
Yeah.
Like, I spend 3 hours a night with my kids every night between the time that they get home and time to go to bed, and I spend all weekend with them where I don't do any work until they go to bed. So unless the rare show that I do, where like I do a show on occasion, but I spend a ton of time with my kids. I love my kids. But I'm also doing this now while they don't have baseball practices until 10 or games all weekend and everything else. So I can build it so that I can be present during those times. And I look at it like I can work in the hours that they're asleep so that they'll never have to know the kind of commitment that it took now, to your point, in this season. Because that is absolutely what I'm trying to do right now.
Yeah, it's just such a opportunistic time. It's like, wow. I mean, you know that the winds can shift, and the opportunities that are present today may not be there in a month or a year from now, right? So it's like, make hay while this season is good and opportunistic. And yeah, I remember, I think it was DJ and I don't know if it was Bronze or somebody interviewing him. Is basically, how do you make all the time? And then he's like, "Oh, you want the real answer?" It's like, "Well, you gotta cut into family time. Like
Yeah.
that's, I mean, you gotta cut into personal time, right? Like you're not watching TV shows at night. You're busting your butt working on your business, and I
That's
mean
the thing. You
that's the
have
truth.
to. I don't know how else you would do it. Like truthfully,
Yeah,
in what time are you going to get all of that time from?
9 to 5. Your employer has it, right?
Yep.
5 to 8, 5 to when the kids go to bed, and then after 8, after 9, like, all right, guess you got to work on your business. I mean, there's no other time.
Is there a thing where you would, in theory, shut down completely? Like you would stop. What's the thing that would make you go, I can't do this anymore?
I don't know, man. I'm so focused on the other side. You know what I mean? Like, how do I get this to be the full-time gig in a year, in 3 or 5, right? I guess the thing that would get me to quit, I guess, is liquidity can just completely dried up, or a global recession where I lost my job. Or I don't know. Like, it's. But I will say, there's in every person that works at Pokemon business understands and knows this. But there are times where you're just like, F this, right? You're like, screw this crap. It happens. You'll have those moments of low motivation. But for me, it's always been that night off that pulls me right through it. It's like, okay, today I don't even want to think about cards. Tonight, those orders, I'll do the orders in the morning. I'll wake up a little earlier. I have to have somewhat of a balance to kind of balance my because I'm so intense on the business usually. So I have to turn off once in a while. But yeah, to answer your question, I don't think anything will, to be honest. What about you?
Do you, it's funny. A buddy of mine, I got a little pissy with him, mostly because I thought it was like, what the hell are you doing? There's some like, I don't know, online store that does something where like if you buy this mystery pack, you get a vintage slab, guaranteed at least a 9 and maybe a 10, and then a pack of something, and then if you get the golden ticket, you get like a base set booster box. And I asked him, I was like, how much did you spend? He's like, $270. I was like, for $270, man, you could have bought almost anything on my site, probably, right? Like you could have definitely, and you could put it away and made more out of it long term. He's like, yeah, but that wasn't the fun. Plus, I was like, I like the older stuff and everything like that. And then he asked me a question. He was like, if you had the choice, a booster box, a base set booster box, or 50,000, what would you take? I said 50,000. He's like, really? I said, yeah, because I know what I could do with a 50,000. Right, like I can multiply that money. That base set is going to expand forever, but it's not going to expand at the same rate of return that I can make that money work for me. And so, even if you were to say like, oh, you won the lottery, unless that's $1 billion, or like I feel like I can do more with the money. Let's say it was $1 million, right? Like I win $1 million tomorrow. I'm just pouring it into this. I'm doing more with this. So that's what I would probably not do, or why I would probably not change course. Absent $1 billion, the only other thing would be detrimental to health, family, or something going on with like my kids. Where it was like there's just not enough time in the day, and I'm not going to spend any more daylight than I have. I would like to think I could probably own what I'm doing and use SOPs and guidance and management and operate rather in a different way, but that's probably the only thing that would make a difference.
Yep. Yeah, 100% agree. I mean, it comes between you, your family, your livelihood. I mean, that's just about it.
I mean, is there anything that you can think of that would be like, man, this was the wrong decision?
No.
Plus, you've been doing this for a while.
Yeah. See, August. At least a year and a half.
Year and a
It's
half.
January 25. Yeah, at least a year and a half.
Yeah, but you've been in the game for a while.
Oh yeah. Like, yeah, I went hard during COVID. Man, I remember like looking at these celebrations UTVs. I remember just like, well, shit. If Generations can hit, $300 a box, and maybe these can too, and yeah, like I poured a lot of extra money that I had during COVID, basically into Pokemon. Like that really accelerated my timeline, to be quite honest.
Wait, did you get one of those checks and you put it into Pokey?
No, but I never lost my job. So I was just, I stayed employed during COVID, and then I went fully remote. So I saved, money on commuting, and there wasn't shit to do because everything was closed, including nature. So
True.
I guess I'm getting into Pokemon. Thanks, Logan Paul.
I mean, you know what? Yeah. What's the thing that you what's the thing that you loved about that era? Maybe, is it just that it got you back in, or because I wasn't in that point in time? So I'm curious, like, what that point in time was like for you. It got you in, but do you have fond memories, or do you mostly look at and go like, man, I could have done more, or I should have done less? Like, what was that like for you?
I think it was a time of like massive FOMO, like all the stuff that I talk about when I do investing videos and talk about patience and time, and it's all the stuff that I didn't have back then. so like when I was collecting, yeah, like these guys that are going in and clearing out perfect order ETBs at stores, like that was me, except with vivid voltage. Like I wasn't able to clear out stores, but I would just, man, I would kill to get my hands on a vivid voltage ETB. And dude, Shining Fates for me was like, oh my god, like I was out there paying scalper prices. And
was it bad?
Like
was it really scalped and bad at that time?
It wasn't bad. I mean, we're talking like 90 in ETB, right? I mean, it was 40 MSRP, I think, at the time. So like, okay, double MSRP, that's kind of steep. But compared to, Prismatic or Ascended today, it was pretty cheap. But I remember driving 45 minutes out to, I guess, for Flip Houses. He said he's in Hugo. I drove pretty close to him. 45 minutes for me to meet some guy at a Holiday gas station, or maybe it's a Circle K in your neck of the woods, but Holiday, Circle K, because he had 2 Shining Fates ETBs at a good price.
And you were like, this is worth it. That 45 minutes is going to be worth it.
And I couldn't even wait till I got home. I was literally ripping packs as I'm driving down the highway in the middle of the night, like 10 p.m. I told my wife, I'll be back. I'll be back in an hour and a half. I just need to pick up a collection.
All right. So did you get anything from those packs?
Yeah, I hit a couple of the amazing rares, which is like, I mean, at the time, yeah, they were a hit, right? You're like, yeah. Hell yeah, Kyogre, or whatever it was. And I just remember, like, wasn't even halfway home. I already ripped both ETBs and got like $10 worth of cards basically. And I stopped at McDonald's and like ate my feelings. I was like, I'm getting me a McDouble.
Yeah.
Screw this. I just remember Shiny Fates just, I mean, it absolutely had its hooks into me. And FOMO was deep, dude. So like, that's why like I have a soft spot, especially for people that they have a hard time getting packs and getting stuff at retail. It's like, man, I can understand why you're buying secondary market. Like, yeah, I was there. I get it.
Is there a what's your favorite set to rip? Is it Shining?
No, I won't even. As I'm talking, I got two shiny face ETBs in front of me. It's like, get away from me, demon. I don't ever want to rip you again. Uh, Crown Zenith, man. Crown
That's my
Zenith
favorite.
was, yeah, like that was a goated set, and all those gold, all the gold rares or whatever you call them. Man,
Yeah.
those are like $20 cards back then. Like it wasn't even like it wasn't like a. If you were to rip the Giratina, the gold Giratina, you at a show, you'd be like, people would be screaming. Back then, you were just like, oh, that's cool,
Yeah.
and
It's $20 hit. That's awesome.
yeah, $20. Like you were, yeah, like that was it. It wasn't anything crazy. So Crown and Celebrations. I was ripping a ton of Celebrations back in the day.
Was Celebrations fun to rip? Because I got to tell you, as much as the
It's fun,
card
dude.
seems to recycle, it didn't seem like a lot of fun to me. Like 30th
Well,
seems
you
better
were
because it
chasing.
looks depth. What?
You were chasing the Charizard, and really the Charizard, Blastoise, Venusaur, and then what else? What else is in that set? There's a couple, some of the other stuff too. I got a big PC binder. I've never shown on the channel. Maybe I should show it one day.
You should.
But it's chock full of Celebrations hits, and man, so Crown, Celebrations, and then modern set. Oh man, what was I ripping? Ascended. I guess I'd have to put Ascended up there. It's it's a fun set to rip. I won't ever rip any Prismatic ever again. Like I'm done.
It hurt you too bad? Did you get anything?
I hit a Demigod like day one,
Yeah.
and it's been, just downhill from there. Hundreds of packs, like just straight brutal. My kid hit the Umbreon though, which was cool. Kids have the best luck.
See, you know what? I hit the Vaporeon SAR, my third pack of Prismatic, and I walked away. I was like, I'm good. I know what this set will do to me. I'm good. I don't need to go any further. Don't need to test my luck any further. A Demigod, I'd have been like, I'm out. I'm never ripping another pack of these again.
It was the Roaring Moon and I think the Dragapult. The Roaring Moon Dragapult, and I was like, man, that was nice. And then it was the other way for me. I was like, but I bet I could hit a God pack.
Yeah. See. So how much Ascended did you rip when it came out?
Not much. I probably ripped like lifetime, maybe 100 packs or so.
Okay.
Just EX boxes and posters. I've ripped one ETB because I'm an ETB simp. Like I think those are just too valuable long term. So
that makes sense.
Yeah, like I had to complete the wall. You know what I mean? So like.
All right, without naming all of them, roughly, do you know how many ETBs you have on the wall? Just number.
Oh yeah, I could do the quick math. Let's see. Well, there's seven up and down, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7 times 6. What is that? 42. No, that's not right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. It'd be 7 times 17. So 100.
119.
119.
There you go.
Yeah, that's wow. And every single one of these bought at MSRP. Swear to God.
Now, that's the real flex. That's the flex right there. Not just that you have it, whereas I have a ton of stuff, but nothing almost bought at MSRP.
Well, they couldn't give away Paldea, right? These Paldeas, Temporal Forces, like Sun and Moon. I mean, that stuff was even the Sword and Shield, this box here with the Zacian on her, battle styles. Like they couldn't give this stuff away. Like it would just sit there for weeks on end.
And now look at, well, maybe not battle styles, but the rest of it's been done pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say. I'm trying to think. There's nothing up here that I paid secondary for.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, the only things that I bought at MSRP that I know I bought at MSRP. All right, there's probably like one or two ascended DTBs, maybe one or two prismatic, but we're talking like two, not like a ton, right? I bought Twilight and Surging when they had a big reprint and nobody wanted them, and they were just sitting on shelves for like November or October, whenever that was. I bought Journey Together like a madman when it was just sitting on shelves, and I bought Black Bolt and White Flare, and I went heavier at Black Bolt. And there was a period where people were just leaving these things on shelves, like in like August, September, right around like when Mega dropped, and they were like, "Oh, I'm done." I'm like, "It's MSRP. Like, what are you talking about?"
Yeah.
Right? Like, and it taught me a lot of valuable lessons of like, I that's why I've gone heavy into. I'm basically getting Chaos, Perfect Order, and Pitch Black at MSRP, either directly because I'm able to pick them up or through trades. And at that value, like, who cares? Because in 6 months it's going to be a $90 ETB for no reason.
Yeah, and the thing that not enough people talk about is because the sets aren't as hyped, they're not going to be prioritized for reprints.
See,
Pokemon's going to put the bulk of their energy on Ascended, on Delta Rain maybe, or the new Mega set in January, right? Like it's just it's supply and demand. Like it may not be as hyped, but if the demand is still there and the supply is not, then the price will go up. It's natural.
Do you do ETBs? You're an ETB simp. I'm a booster box simp. Do you have any booster? I've never really seen you or heard you talk about booster boxes much.
Yeah, no, I've I got a lot.
Okay. Right.
I was doing cases during Sword and Shield when I could. Could. So like late Sword and Shield, I was getting Brilliant Stars.
That's a good time to be doing it. Late Sword and Shield better than early Sword and Shield.
Yeah. Lost Origin, Astral, and then Scarlet Violet, I graduated into. I was still doing cases, and then maybe like 2 or 3 each set. And that's when I. And again, like Scarlet Violet, man, that stuff was $80 a box. Like it was crap. I'm telling you, it was crap. Nobody wanted it. Paldea, like it was $80 a box. Like I've got the receipts to prove it. I was getting ETB cases of Paldea for $200. Like it was nuts. Like nobody wanted it. That was all in, by the way. That was tax and free shipping.
And free shipping from where? Like,
oh man, I mean, like Forge and Fire, Zulu, Safari Zone, like every place you could think of. Like I'm telling you, like I could dig for the receipts. 200 shipped on an ETB case. Like it was insane. Brilliant Stars was the same thing. $200 an ETB case. It was insane.
Hold on a second. 200 shipped even after tax. So I'm going to take off 90. I'm going to take off 10% to cover that. Divided by 10. They were selling it for $18 in ETB, basically.
I think they were taking a loss. I mean, they had to be. Right? That's even before wholesale.
Well, okay. So if MSRP was 40, they probably were break even.
Yeah, I mean, best case, because even Rudy talks about it. Like, I think he was saying he got somebody at like 17 in ETB.
Yeah.
Like, bro, that's one Ascended Heroes pack. You were buying ETB cases.
A pack, yeah. So that is wild work.
Yeah, it was.
And listen, I just sold through bulk. Somebody just picked up a Paldea Evolved booster box that they're picking up.
What's that running? 400 now?
450 or something like that. Yeah. So
I will say, and I got to run here in 5 minutes. Ryan's getting up. I will say during SV era, that year, that little 1 year window, it was between Scarlet Violet and like maybe like Paradox or Paldean Fates. I kind of took a break, right? I was still buying cases, but dude, it was crap. Everything sat. I was like, okay, I'm hitting the pause button a little bit, or at least slowing down. So I took my break, and then like late 2024, or maybe when Twilight Masquerade came out, and then all of a sudden the hype was coming. Then all of a sudden, Nostalgianomics videos started popping up on my feed more, right? I'm like, and then Rudy, because I was watching Rudy during COVID. And then Rudy popped up again. I'm like, oh my God, Rudy, I remember him. That was great. So I started getting back into it. And then I did a reverse dollar cost average on Paldea of all booster boxes. So I bought in again at like 200 a box, which actually increased my average at the time. And then I was like, holy crap, I just spent, $1,200 on 6 Paldea Vault booster boxes. I'm like, I'm so cooked. This is the top. And I just remember from there on out, man, I was like all in again. Like, so there are seasons to this. Like I did take a little bit of a pause, or just a kind of cooled off for a bit. And then I got right back in Twilight Masquerade. And yeah, I just remember like, man, I have an addictive personality, so that's kind of my MO. It's like, just pause or slow and then go really hard on something, and then you're less like, what have I done?
I mean, I know what I've done, and not all of it's good. I know you got a time limit, so I'm going to leave 3 questions. Number 1, would you like to do more of a formal thing rather than this sort of just chit and chat while we were doing work tonight sometime, where we interview either on me on your channel, you on my channel, something like that? So we'll start there.
Absolutely. I like the informal stuff too. Like, I'm not opposed. I had fun. It was fun, and I just remember shaking in my boots during freaking Bronze Gods Sunday morning conversation. I was like, oh my God, like I'm so nervous.
He was so nice.
Oh, I was shaking in my boots, man.
You did a good one. You did a good one. I remember it. That's how I caught wind. I was like, oh, this guy's legit. Like, and then I went and saw more video. Yeah, no. Okay, so that's question number 2.
Yeah.
What's a question you wish more people asked you about the space, or just in general?
That's a good question. I don't want to sound like I'm, like I'm this or that, because, numbers are numbers. I know everybody's at different journeys and different points, and comparisons are, it is what it is. And I do it. I'm weak to them too. Right.
Yeah, of course.
But I always, when people start out, I always have to ask them, and I've done this in consulting calls, is like, are you actually like prepared to do the work? And the flip side of that is like, what's it take, right? Like, and I don't think enough people know or understand, because the general consensus outsider opinion is it's a children's cardboard game. Like what do you mean? Like, you're running a Pokemon business? What does that mean? That fat yellow electric mouse thing, like what?
Yeah.
So you're there's already like a natural, like, what the heck are you doing, right? But to answer your question, is like it's. I wish people would understand like what it truly takes, because it's like, just like any business, you have to have an operational mindset, and like this is no exception. Like you really need to lock in and dial in on processes and your operations, and you can approach this as a hobbyist, and you might do okay, but to really level up your game is you have to have processes and have discipline. And I don't think enough people respect that.
That's fair.
So like, do it. And that's why the sauce is free, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like TJ had a video, I think today or yesterday, about, why does he give away all this information for free? Well, it's just like anything else. It's not knowing what to do, it's doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So the secret sauce to, being in shape is eating right and exercising right. But it doesn't mean we're all going to do that. Like the execution is the hardest part. So the sauce is free, and that's why it's given out for free.
Right.
But the execution and what it takes to actually run it is extremely hard, and I think you have to have a lot of discipline to sustain it long term, like what some of these bigger guys have done, like the Dan, the Catch 'em All collectibles, the Bryans, Pokeanis, right? Like it takes an insane amount of work to get to that level, and they've quite frankly earned the ability to speak on it. And there's times when I feel like I'm an imposter. So like I have to kind of battle through that too. But then it's also the other side is like actually I've poured not quite 10,000 hours, but
A lot.
at least a couple thousand here in the last 2 years. It feels like so. Yeah, it takes a lot.
So hold that if we ever do another interview, because I think you're going to want to give that answer again. My last question is, I'll make it pointed at me. What's a question you want to ask me?
So I'm watching your videos, and I'm not gonna lie. When you first came onto the scene, I'm like, man, this guy's talking really, really well. Like, I think I commented on one of your videos. I was like, yeah, he's got a level of maturity in this space that is frankly like not it's not there for a lot of people, right? Like there's a certain what do you call it, elegance to your speech. I thought you were AI. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, I think he's AI. Like,
I'll take it.
I swear to God, I'm sure you might have heard this from someone, but I'm telling you, I was like, I think he might be AI. Like somebody gave the likeness to AI and then a script and everything, and I'm like, man, this guy's talking like one take, and
I'll take that. That's a win for me.
So my question is I guess I'm wondering what's the next level up for your business and the time frame, and where do you see yourself in 3 to 5 years?
Okay. So now it's to make sure that there's an AI that does my videos, because that would make this a lot easier.
Error.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Hal. Okay, so I reached out to Phantom today because he put out the video of kind of what he's been doing, the sheer volume, the business, the location that he's about to do, and all the other things. And I try not to personalize it in my message to him, because all I said was proud of you, bud. Right, like that's it, right? And I am, like, I'm genuinely proud of him. And I know he gets a lot of flack for other things, and I look at it like he's one of these people that motivated me to do the work, right? Like, and some of it was like educational, to be like, oh, there's margin here. There's something to be had if you're willing to do the work. And I've always been willing to do work. I just didn't know where kind of the opportunity was. And then I was like, oh, the more I saw this, I was like, oh, there's way more opportunity in this space for people who are just willing to do the work. And so at different points in this journey over the last 8 months, since I'm not exactly tracked to him in terms of time frame, but close enough. It's always felt like we were kind of brotherly in that capacity of like, oh, I'm chasing him, he's chasing me. Sometimes I win, sometimes he wins. So like recently, well, I would say a couple months back, it was like I was doing just a sheer amount of volume more than most people, right? Capacity was better. Now he has way more capacity at ease and at scale than currently I'm positioned for. I'm doing about the same numbers as you, and I don't even know how you're doing it. I'd love to talk more about that in the future, but like I'm probably not quite at max capacity, but considering it's all from one source, that my Discord, there for the most part, like that. There's a limit, there's a cap to that, and I'd like to get beyond that cap, right? That's why I've broken out into like the stores and trying to get more stores on board, with me being their bulk liquidator and being kind of the professional friendly version of what most people don't want to deal with on the back end. In fact, the store that we did the drop off recently, where they got like over $2,000 worth of stuff, I asked him pretty point blank, because he's dealt with another person for like 2 years. Like, why me? He was like, because you're an actual professional. Was basically the rough conversation. Was like the way you've set up your website, the fact that I can use a website to purchase what I want, right? Like all of these things add up, right? It wasn't just the rate card; it was the professionalism. Which I guess kind of goes to what you said about kind of the AI of it all, like, or the AI of me of it all. I work for a living, right? Like I'm a professional at work. Whether or not I've always acted, I am technically a professional, right? And so I've tried to mimic that same capacity, because I know that when I started my job, my current job, um, I was, I was working we called it second shift. Like we would work 9 to 5. We'd do a bunch of other work, family life stuff, and it was COVID, so like it was the baby and family, whatever, for like a 4 or 5 hour period, and then I would have my son who was asleep, and I would stay with him. He was in his little rocking chair, asleep, from like every 3 hours he would wake up like clockwork for a bottle and a change. And so at 8 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and at 2 o'clock, I would feed him and change him. And as a byproduct, I had this like whole clocked in that I would go to bed at 2 o'clock every morning, and then wake up again at like 8 o'clock. And in between those time periods, he was basically passed out, and I would do a lot of work, because I was just starting out at the job. I was developing out the SOPs, developing out my team, figuring out how to do this part of my job extra well. And now here I am 6 years later, and I'm about to hand off a huge chunk of my responsibilities. I just put out a internal rec to hire from within, somebody that does a bulk of what I think of as my job, starting in like 2 weeks. And that's only able to be done because we built the process and the team and the trust and the enterprise level support, where people will go, this is good. In fact, I joked with my boss the other day, there's sort of a cap to what I do in my environment currently. But there's no reason to leave either, for lots of different reasons. I said, I don't want to be hurt or capped entirely just because like I'm really good and I don't really want to leave, because sometimes like there's a reason that they'd be like, well, I'm only going to offer you X because I know you're not going anywhere. And I joked with them, like, you don't pay me to stay. You pay me not to leave now, right? Like you pay me to not go and build this exact same machine somewhere else and watch everybody that works for me leave to do it with me there. And because there was no stability before me, there was constant churn. Like the position I'm in, there was like one a year for like 6 years, and I've been doing it for 6 years. And so that stability is what I look to offer. And so now I look at it like I'm back to that second shift mentality, but because I want to build the thing that makes it so that in 6 years, I have people who are managing, and I have people who are taking care of different. I talked about that in today's video a little bit, where it's like when you feel like you've stagnated or you become comfortable, like you really need to hand that off, whatever that thing is, to somebody else to get really good at and find new ways to be even better. And so for me, like where I see myself in that 3 to 5 year range is I've built something that sort of similar to work. I used to joke, if I do my job really well at work, you won't need me anymore. Like you will need me for different things, but you won't need me for what I'm doing. And I want to build that in this business. I want to build it so that like I could literally go on vacation or not show up for 2 days, and the system works. If I do that today, the system falls apart for the most part, right? Like, or things just don't get done nearly as fast. So from a 3 to 5 year range, it's to have a business in this space that runs with a ton of people. And I may earn a lot less margin because of it, but it runs without me. In the next kind of 3 to 6 months, sort of again, going back to the beginning of this tale, I'm sort of still mentally in that brotherly way, sort of chasing where Phantom is. And I'm going, probably in 6 months, I want to be in a space so that we can take even more bulk in, that we can have more machines running on a full-time basis, because I want to get to the machine operation on this. And I will naturally outgrow this space, not just because of the physical limitations, but because I don't want to bring, even if there are people who I absolutely trust, my sister, my daughter, my bulk partners, there are people I trust, but having them just come to the house all the time, especially for late night, doesn't make a lot of sense when you're trying to have your family there. So in the short term, kind of like 3 to 9 months, I'd like to showcase enough consistency in even if it was just consistent, not even growth. I'm doing 500,000 in cards a year, that equals X, or a month, and that equals X. I can take those margins and play with it and figure out the next step. If I can keep that rhythm, that battle rhythm up, then I'll get a place in 27 that is a home base for the entire operation, and then it's a little less of me doing pop-ups and me being like, just bring your bulk anytime kind of a thing. It's a mailing address versus an event kind of a deal,
but not a card store.
So the only reason I would do like a traditional card store is to get access to games that I don't normally have access to. But I'll be honest with you, I don't really. I'm so comfortable on the secondary market, because of how I've operated, that I don't know that that's absolutely necessary for the 2 games or maybe 3 that would be important on. I think I can get Magic allocation even without being a Play Store, depending on which distro it is. And then the only other 2 games that I would even consider entertaining is One Piece and Lorcana. And that's more just value to a customer base. I want to stick to about 5 games total: Riftbound, Lorcana, One Piece, Magic, and Pokemon. But I don't really want to branch out beyond that. There's nothing wrong with them. I just don't want to. That's already too much. Frankly, if I could do 3, I would do 3. But I just think that top 5 is probably where it needs to be. And it's not that I don't see the value of a traditional store, but the value feels like just access to the product, and I am probably able to get access to the product at a different rate of return, but still access, rather than transforming the business model into I also have to be a Play Store now. And that's just a different client customer set need. I'm not saying never, but it's just like, I know Bronze wants to open a traditional card store, right? Like, and I don't see that for me. And if access is the only reason to do it, then I'll just work on the secondary market for those games that require it.
Right.
But by this time next year, I would like to think that we are one of the people that most people think of to bring their bulk, one of the people that they think to trade that bulk in for booster boxes and ETBs and stuff like that. That I'm because I'm willing to take on collections that have things like moonlit tins and other things. Like, it's like I'm more you're more inclined to bring your whole collection to me, not just the little things. And that's in that. I've said this a lot, that I want to be somebody that often people think of like he finds a way to yes, and as a byproduct, like that be kind of the natural affiliation with my business. And in a year, I would like to have a space where people feel like I want out, I need money, my kid's sick, I just don't want to do this anymore, but like I know I can go to him. And this comes up a lot. This came up twice today, so I'll bring it up as just a close. But twice today, somebody's asked me to adjust, oh, would you do these cards or this thing at a different percentage? And my answer is always no. And my answer is no, not no because I'm being a dick or a hard ass. My answer is no because it's literally like, I'm going to treat you the exact same way, the way that I did the last 10 people and the next 10 people. I will be completely fair across the board, but in doing so, I have to be fair. This is the published rate card. This is what I will do with that. I'm not going to change it to my benefit either, but like this is the rate card. And so in both cases, it wasn't like they knuckled under. It was just they understood that I meant it, kind of a thing, right? And so,
right.
I think that's the value that when you stick to your guns, you can deliver. And both deals got done, right? Like it wasn't like both things were a walk away because I wouldn't give a certain percentage difference on a few cards or whatever. In fact, I'll be honest with you, I didn't want the cards. Like, I'm getting a good percent. I'm getting 70%. I'm getting a great percent. I'm getting 70% on these cards, and I don't want them because that's not how I think to deal. So, and I think you would prefer the cards, right? Like, and I look at it like, oh, this is a pain for me to move because I can move the seal much easier. But anyway, I appreciate the question, and my short-term answer is chasing Phantom towards a better future, and my long-term answer is building something that is holistically mine without needing me to be in it all the time. So,
facts.
It's been a pleasure,
Love
man.
it. I'm here for the ride, man. Here to watch it.
You know what? Absolute same. I appreciate all the videos. You do a very clean video. If you guys are still watching or watching in the future, please subscribe to both of us, but please subscribe to Slap Hobby. He does a great video. And he's well over 1,000, so he's met his threshold so that Google gods cannot take care of or take away his potential for monetization now.
Yeah, I can't take it back now. I did
No.
have my last video was a 10 out of 10 though, or the one right before this, and I was just like, oh yep, I guess there it is, the dreaded 10 out of 10.
You know what though? Who cares? You just keep making it.
Oh yeah, I was seriously. YouTube is. Trust me, I'm no expert. I've not figured out. It's a tough nut to crack, and I don't know. I guess at a certain point you hit a kind of network effects and let the algorithm do its work. But I don't think I'm there at all, and but I appreciate the support, and God, if you guys are still with us, I appreciate all of you for sure.
Absolutely.
Subscribe, like, comment, subscribe.
Like, comment, subscribe. It's been a pleasure, Evan.
Yeah, I'll see you later, man.
You have a
good one. Yeah, you too.
All right, bye.
Bye.
All right, so for all those who stuck around, what's going on, Sword Swift? I need to make more videos. You do need to make more videos. Ivan, you're still here. You want me to kick you off? I think I'm gonna remove him. Micah, do you want to get on? I can bring you on if you'd like. I'm sitting here just chilling. Where's Micah? Micah in the chat. Yep. Let's see. Where's Micah? I added the StreamYard if you want to. Otherwise, I'm going to continue to sift and talk shit. Ava late night. There, you know it. I don't even know what time it is. 11:46. That's not so bad. I'm going to put on music. Unless somebody wants to come in like Micah. I think I sent you the invite. If you'd like. Oh, no. That's a Rob video. I don't need to listen to Rob right now. That's not what we need. What are we doing here? All right. There we go. All right, now I have the comments. Actually, I should do this. See if I can get rid of the Elgato. Anyway, I'm going to be doing this for a little bit longer. If anybody wants to ask questions in the shower, well, now I know what you think about me. I love that. Hands in the shower thinking about me. Not the first, not the last. All right. So what'd you guys think of Ivan? I'm a big fan myself. Did you guys learn anything? Walk away with any new information than you had before? Have any other questions you maybe want to ask him in the future? News today. My life gonna change. Close my eyes. Begin to pray. Tears of joy. Super interesting chat. I love it. Steal the moon. What are you up to? Eck, you listed playables. Arms wide open. Arms wide open. Shipped 2 TC Player sync boxes today. I want to talk more about that. For sure. Oh, I don't know if I'm ready. Man, I used to be. You by the side. Place, I'll show you everything. With arms wide open, everything has changed. New levels. What you want to know? Well, when you get on, I'll ask you. That way, other people can hear it. Arms wide open. Arms wide open. Sifting for whatnot bulk. I have to source again soon. I love it. Does most of your stuff go for $1 still? This one wish, only one demand. I hope you don't like me. I hope he understands. This life, by the hands. I will shut the music off when he comes. Arms wide open. I'm sure you would like to listen to Micah more than me sing. All for $1. Wait a minute, you get multi-card on whatnot? Or do you do like multi-card listings? I only currently sell on TCG Player. Starting next month, it'll be eBay and on my Shopify. You everything. Arms wide open. Arms wide open. Everything. With arms wide open. Wide open.
I see you share on the seats.
Just when buyers buy more than one card, shipping $1. Ah, yeah. Gotcha.
Clock of your heels on the concrete, waiting for a night, coming wait.
41. Woo! Sheesh. Plus, they pay for the shipping? Damn. Oh, Mike is here. Hold on one second. Let's go ahead and turn off the music. To be fair, I'll add the stage. Micah, what's going on?
Hello. How are you?
How are you? I'm good. How was your evening now that you're fully showered?
I'm pretty. Figured I'd come downstairs and finish the office and chat.
I love it. This is a working session. You can do whatever you want. This is definitely don't stop on my account. So you sent out 2 of your machines, the TCG player link. For those who may be watching and don't know what the hell that is or want more information, what does that box do?
So that box, since TCG Player doesn't give API, it basically gives us API.
Okay,
Uh,
that's a shortcut answer.
our trying to figure out where I want to put this. Our store has been selling on TCG Player with this box all weekend, fully tested. Whenever we ship it on SortSwift now, it also updates tracking and everything on TCG Player. If it gets canceled on TCG Player, it cancels it from our system. Like full, basically integrated tracking, integrated shipping, automatic inventory pulling when it sells on it. It's literally a full API if you have that box running.
Okay, so walk the dog with me for a second.
Mhm.
Does it need to be on all the time, or more importantly, that's silly. Does it need to be plugged into something else that needs to be on all the time?
No.
So is
I
it
don't-
plugged into your like computer, and that computer needs to be running 24/7?
No, it's its own device, its own touch screen. It literally shows you its own status, everything it's going through. Can I turn this? There we go. Yeah, so everything that it does is on its own little like hosted device.
Okay,
And if I'm echoing, just
you're fine.
Everything gets shipped. Everything through the device. You log into your Wi-Fi. There's backup Wi-Fi networks. And I don't know if I can see the. Can I see the chat in here somewhere?
I will read out if there's any questions.
Okay. Oh yeah, I found it. Yeah, nothing for me.
Not yet. Not yet.
But figured maybe I'd like try sorting cards or something while I'm down here too. But I don't know where to start. Oh crap! On stuff to do.
Here, I'm gonna do some light pimping out here. Hold on 1 second. There we go. That's at least probably the primary ones that would be interested. Okay, so a couple quick questions on this machine of yours. I'm guessing it would need to have a SourceSwift account at the very least, correct?
So you go log into your SourceSwift account, then that connects it to our server, and then after you're logged in there, you've got to log into your TCG Player account, and once it's logged in, basically it just starts handling all the automation of like the Chrome extension and everything like that.
So is the
For you.
inventory is the inventory itself sitting on your tool or on your system, or is it just operating in the background regardless of SourceSwift? I guess does the person's inventory have to be on your inventory management system? Because I think you have like a free version that holds up to like 2,500 cards, correct?
Yeah, it has to be on our system because we're generating and auto pricing and everything for you.
Okay.
Updating the CSV file, sending those over. Anytime something sells on Manipool or eBay, it'll take it off TCG Player for you. If it sells on TCG Player, it takes it off eBay and Manipool for you.
Okay.
The whole everything.
By the way, I'm probably going to ask ridiculous questions, but so I want to more or less ask the questions I think others may have, myself probably included. Okay, so this box runs independently. I'm guessing it has some sort of a Wi-Fi operation, so it can do that at all times. Is there some sort of a recommendation that if Wi-Fi went down, what you would do in that scenario as like a safety check so that you're not getting potentially pounded by multiple orders across multiple platforms?
If the device is ever like not connected, like it's got its own little heartbeat,
Mm-hmm.
and it'll on your Sort Swift interface pop up a big old like warning banner and say, you know, hey, your device isn't connected. Go relog it in.
But what if you couldn't? What if you couldn't because like Wi-Fi is just down in your area or something? Is there a kill switch that makes it so it doesn't like TCG Player shuts down for an hour or something until? Is there something like that built in, or a better way to do it that I'm not thinking of?
What do you mean? Like if it'll catch back up whenever everything comes back on.
Well, okay, but if I have one card that's available across 5 platforms and it gets sold on one of those platforms, but also in theory could be sold on another platform, in this case, TCG Player being one of them. Let's just say TCG Player and Manipool for this example. If I don't kill TCG Player, it could theoretically, one card, the only card that I have, could be sold in 2 different locations because one is counting on the Wi-Fi to pick up the order. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's backup networks configured, so you could turn your hotspot on.
Okay.
I also suggest like a battery backup just plugged into that itself. I mean, it lasts like probably a week or two. Just on
Wouldn't Wi-Fi be the issue though? The reason I stuck with battery or with Wi-Fi and not battery is because at the end of the day, like I could come up with a battery backup, but I couldn't come up with a Wi-Fi replacement in theory.
well, so you can always plug your Wi-Fi into the hotspot or your Wi-Fi into the battery backup, and it stays on unless it's downstream at the ISP.
Oh, I was thinking downstream. I was thinking like literally, this happens way more than I care to admit. My Verizon will just go out for whatever reason. I don't know why. So that's more or less where my head was at.
Yeah, I mean, if you're having Wi-Fi issues, like I'd probably suggest, you know, just getting like a mobile hotspot or something and running on it. It's just accessing a network or a web page. It wouldn't be too bad to operate on a mobile hotspot.
Gotcha. So it's not going to crush your data or whatever. Okay, so you sold 3 of those machines today. Is that about average on a week?
No, we've sold 90 of these machines. I was only able to ship the first 2 because we finally got it solid enough to ship.
Oh, so you've sold 90 and you're only now shipping like the first couple?
Yeah, we're shipping the first wave. The first 30 should be going out hopefully tomorrow into the next day. I really want to get it done tomorrow, but
Good night, Eck. How long does it take to make one of these things?
well, wave 1 isn't really a good.
No. What's the average likely to be? Not what it's going to be kind of in this initial phase.
Next day, once everything's done.
Okay.
Like, it's not too difficult, assuming I have everything on. Otherwise, that could be a few days.
So it's all manufactured in-house, right?
Yep.
You've built a lot of machines. What's the machine that you're most proud of? The Mini?
Yeah.
So why this one? Why are we so proud of this one?
Because it's more small people friendly.
Okay.
Plus, it can do a lot for what it is. I mean, I think I need to reconfigure Wi-Fi. Since we moved, and since we moved, I haven't had time to actually finish everything. Like I'm still moving. So,
I mean, you just moved like 2 weeks ago, right? If I remember correctly, something like that.
probably
Maybe.
about 2 weeks. So.
Yeah.
We've unloaded the stuff in the house into this room, and that's as far as we've gotten. We've been hanging up blinds, curtains, putting shelves up. Wife was able to put her little like hobby desk together, but I haven't had time to.
What does she do for a hobby?
So like, let's get over here. She does her little like minis. So she's got the paint desk, which
Okay.
I'm gonna use for her, but she does those, and then she does these little like mini verse ball things.
What's that? I've never seen that.
Oops. My camera. They're just. I think there's one in this box. They're like little things you mix and make to make a little like, I guess, miniature model of something.
Okay. And she makes those?
Yeah, so it's got like resin and stuff in it, and like little like strawberries or something to make like a cheesecake or something with the mixing of the resin and decorating it pretty much.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, that's what she likes doing.
So is this full time for both of you basically at this point? Does she help out in the business?
She runs the card store now.
Okay.
Yeah, she does all of our shipping, all her stuff. The complaints of card scanning issues, she opens tickets, anything that I need and ask for on my end. But put that there, it's gonna echo. So, I mean, I try to keep her fed with cards to scan.
So how much do you do from a scanning, like a selling perspective, not just like the machines and the software, but like actually like the being a slinger?
Not much anymore, honestly.
Imagine most of the time spent on the machines and the software at this point.
In the software, this is a nice stack. It's just not English, which we support not English now, so that's great. We can take that. The marketplace has now kind of taken over. The sync box is our next big thing. Wow. Like that. Look at this.
Oh, that's nice.
A dark dragonite foil,
That's nice.
but it's in German.
Still, I mean, well, you said that you guys take non-English. Do you take just primarily Japanese, or do you take any language now?
So our system does any language now, so it's not a huge deal to list it all. And it looks like there's a giant stack of Japanese that I could give her to.
So I don't know. Have you been following the duel that Bronze and I are going to be doing here shortly in like 2 weeks?
I haven't been paying much attention to YouTube lately.
Okay. I don't blame you. So we're going to do he's doing a 12-hour stream where he's going to list as much as he can. Now he's using Card Uploader. I plan to use the free version of your software to show how that does in terms of the scans that come out of the free version, and sort of do a hourly rate side by side. That how much was he able to accomplish? How much was I able to accomplish in a kind of 12-hour span? We're both prepping the battlefield by making sure we have everything ready and sorted out by hollows or whatever, and then the other thing, conditioning and stuff like that. But it was more of a challenge to just get our asses to list, and then I was saying, well, I want to do something a little different, and so my little different is I'm going to be using a different scanning software what he's using because I want to see how they operate kind of side by side. So, any tips or tricks you have for the scanning?
What are you scanning? Like what game?
Pokemon.
English, Japanese.
English only. Maybe like 150 Japanese tops.
Okay. No. I mean, it should be okay. I mean, if you're worried about reverse hollows, I'd probably pre-sort those out.
I do that anyway, so that's good to know.
Yeah.
If I wasn't using the free software, it would be better without, or is it still sort of
If you weren't using free, I wouldn't be worried about it.
okay? Good to know.
You can always cheat and press R whenever a free one doesn't get it right.
Okay, it's good to know.
Yeah, that'll run it through high accuracy.
R is high accuracy, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll give myself the elegance of saying it's part of the software, and I have only so many credits. I think it's like 500 or something like that to do on the month. So.
Yeah.
So, in theory, I think you've shown me the mini, and there's another like little black box. I can't remember what that one's called. Where like, I saw a guy the other day. I can't remember his Instagram handle. I'd have to go back to it.
Collectible?
No, I do like his a lot though. I give him a lot of props. He's got a nice Instagram right now. It's a guy who's running 3
Oh, yeah, I saw that one. Honestly, he was abusing our unlimited system.
Oh no.
So I had to implement a lock for unlimited because unlimited is only for 1 scanner.
Oh no.
So yeah, it's kind of calculated where it doesn't completely kill our cost on that for 1 scanner. So it's kind of calculated at our break even point. We might lose a little bit if somebody just runs through unlimited like constantly, but if somebody's running unlimited on 3, yeah, it definitely is a 100% loss. So I had to go fix that.
So I'm curious how it was running in the first place, though.
That's through the simple sifter.
So he's using the simple sifter tool that does the automated like running.
Yeah.
So again, because there's going to be people who haven't seen, heard. What is that tool? How does it work?
So the simple sifter is just a Raspberry Pi that reads out, all the scanners that are connected to it. As you scan, it's going to automatically list those cards into the SortSwift interface without you having to save the files and then upload them again. So what it's theoretically doing is eliminating the file upload step completely. It also allows you to search your inventory for chaos sort spots that need sorted into. It's sorting it can sift for you, so like you can scan all your cards and then put them into specific stacks of over this value, under this value, and I don't want to keep this stuff because I'm sifting it, right? You're just scanning it to sift and pull out and only list the higher stuff. That's what the sifter's built for, is to kind of eliminate what you're doing by hand. It'll say, okay, pull out cards 16, 20, 25, and all that.
But it's not pulling it out. It's just noting. It's saying it. Don't put that into the file because I'm going to pull it at that point.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go back to what he had, and I guess can he no longer run that same capacity the way it was?
I mean, he can if he subscribes to more unlimited plans, yeah. Or if he subscribes to any plan that has counted scans, he can still run like that.
So he would have to join the unlimited plan. So if he had the unlimited plan, it wouldn't matter how many scanners he has, or is it unlimited per
he was on the unlimited plan, but the unlimited plan is for one scanner, not 3 scanners on one sifter.
Okay, so he would need 3 different plans in order to do it, basically.
Unless he has a limited amount of scans, right? So if he's on the 50,000 scan plan, that would work.
Okay, so it's not actually that repeatable in this scenario.
It's doable. You just subscribe to the 50,000 plan instead of the unlimited plan, and you can do it.
Yeah, but the 50,000 scans. How much? So how much is the 50,000 scans or 50,000 plan? Just out of curiosity.
The same as the unlimited plan, which is $199.
Okay, but one unlimited plan would only take care of one scanner, is what we're saying.
Yeah.
Or 50,000 across 3 scanners, at which point you don't care.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So, man, that's going to change his operation, I imagine.
Haven't heard any complaints, so we'll see. Maybe I didn't completely fix it. Maybe it's still doing it. We'll never know.
I'm sure he'll be less in the videos. So if he's got, or anybody has multiple machines running, they can just do a per scan, and 50,000 scans a month is $199.
Yep.
All right. Well, that's. I don't know how many scans I would do a month, to be honest with you, so I can't really tell you. So, what's the value add in the Simple Sifter? Is it Simple Sifter? Do I have that right?
Yeah, Simple Sifter is just the Raspberry Pi thing. Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. What's the machine? The mini sorter?
Yeah, the Super Sorter Mini.
Super sorter. There we go. That's actually going to do what I'm doing, which is literally put into XPile location effectively.
Yeah.
And it will also create little lots, if it will, like this is my bin of 150 or whatever, and that's what I have in that remark.
Yeah, it can do that.
Okay. So that would be a value add, because then it's making a auto-sized remark bin as a part of its natural size, which I guess in this case is slightly a limitation, but it's also a lot like, yeah, but are you going to put more than 150 cards in a particular bin?
Usually not. Most people do 100s. I've seen a lot of people doing 35 is like the most common.
Why 35?
35 because it fits in the hand nicely, and you don't have to alphabetically sort it.
Okay. All right, that's an interesting one. So how many have you pre-sold of the simple or the mini? Excuse me.
8 or 9, and so far, I believe 2 are paid in full. The third and fourth one are about to be paid in full, so that they're starting to stack up on me, but they're a lot quicker to build than everything else.
I think I've asked this before personally, but again, for the opportunity for others to hear in case they haven't or they want to know, you don't have financing right now. You could maybe do it through some other form of, but you don't carry that in-house on these machines.
No, I don't have grant money to be able to afford that.
You would need grant money. That's interesting. Is that just standard for the industry?
No, the competitors are only able to offer that because they're funded by grants.
Gotcha. So, and I believe is it 9 for the mini?
Yeah, 8999, but yeah.
Yeah. And that's with or without it's with the FI80s, whatever, 817.
Yeah, it does include that.
Okay. So in theory, a perfect setup would have one of your, well, it could be any of the machines, but we'll say the mini, the simple sifter, and the black box. whatever the TCG black box. Is that about the right econ for most smaller mid-sized sellers?
Yeah.
And
The Super Sorter Mini is probably the most, well, I wouldn't say most affordable entry level one, because you've got the Magic Sorter. But if you want something that's capable, doesn't break down all the time, and just runs, then the next cheapest option is the Super Sorter Mini.
and what's the life like? Is the challenge? Where's the breakdown going to be? Is it the little parts that make it like move towards a specific bin, or is it going to be the scanner itself? Like, all these machines need some sort of care and maintenance. So where's the care and maintenance challenge?
The motor.
The motor. Okay.
Yeah. So they're all direct drive. So literally, it's a pop off, pop on thing.
Okay. So that's just a quick replace DIY almost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Whenever you get to the back units, they take a little bit longer, but they're also DIY capable.
Okay. So if you had the Mini, the black box, and the simple sifter, what would that run you as a business?
Mini, simple sifter, black box, like just outright purchase price?
Yeah.
I think the sifter you can build nowadays for around $230.
What if you're not DIY? You're not tech savvy.
Then you can't build one. There's no way to get one without building it.
Oh, I thought you guys had like a way to get it from you. Maybe I was wrong.
We don't currently.
Gotcha.
But it's literally just a flash and SD card, and there's a full setup guide on how to do all that.
Got it.
Super difficult.
Okay, so two something for that. 9 for the Mini.
Yep.
And then how much for the black box?
Black box is $250.
Okay, so you're in for, with tax, just under, well, probably about 10,000.
Yeah, and then you pretty much have everything you need.
And then to run all of that, you would just want one unlimited plan to do it.
So you would need one unlimited plan for the sorting machine, and then however many you want to do for the actual sifter itself. Which, if you're not, if you just want to scan stuff, I mean, you can get away with just needing the sorter itself.
So how do you mean by that? I guess I'm not tracking for that.
Like, if you already have a sorter, there's really no need for the sifter.
Is the sifter duplicative to what the sorter's going to do for you in the end then?
Basically.
I would have, so it does it eliminate any steps or is it the same process where the sorter automatically uploads?
Yeah, the sorter automatically uploads and everything for you.
Okay, so there's really no reason to have both.
No.
At the end of the day. Okay. The only reason to have the sifter is if you wanted to just use your own home version without necessarily having the sorter.
Yep.
Okay. But then you're doing a lot of the manual pre-sort for yourself. How well does any of the software, or for that matter, machines potentially, do with conditioning? Is that something that still also has to be done by hand, or is that something that either the tools or the software can do better and better as time goes on?
So there's really no model that exists that conditions, like, anywhere.
Okay.
We're kind of have one on a back burner, but it's not something that we've prioritized or wanted to go forward with, because the compute power to actually condition it is really expensive, more expensive than we were thinking. But I think one of our moderators was just playing around with it, trying to build something.
Mm-hmm.
But I would have to see what all he's actually doing with that.
Makes sense. Well, what's something you wish people knew more that maybe they don't know about the tools or the tech? Obviously, there's been a big push, kind of marketing push from some of the YouTubers. But what's something you think that's missing that they haven't either talked about enough or gets glossed over?
Everybody keeps saying we're expensive,
Okay.
and if you go look at actual competitors, like Card Uploader, in my opinion, is not a competitor to what we're offering.
So why is that?
So they don't have a point of sale. They don't have, integrated shipping. They don't have multi-channel, integrations. They're working on it, but they don't have like full APIs for all this. They, as far as I'm aware of, don't do cost per card or, any of that stuff. But they don't have reporting, all the stuff that a store actually needs, staff management, a buy list, kiosk stuff, a whole website to sell your stuff on. In my opinion, they're not at the scale of, something like Binder POS. Like, would you compare Card Uploader to Binder POS?
No, but I would say that you're talking about two very different audiences then.
Yeah. And that's where SourceSwift kind of comes together, right? It's targeting both audiences.
So would you say it's fair that Card Uploader probably does a good amount of things, but it's not going to reach this sort of mid-cap size store level that your tool can also operate in?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Yeah.
Yeah. But for a home store, and I think this is where kind of the challenges from the online rhetoric seems to be is, yeah, but I'm not ever going to be, or I'm not at that scale or likely to be at that scale. So then price becomes a price sensitive issue, right? Like, is that, I think you have, this is where I wanted to test the free versions. And I know that you have a like 2,500 listings. So I guess, is there, okay, so your question centered around, or your answer centered around, I wish people took kind of less of a shot at the pricing. And I guess what I'm saying is there any from your side of this to say, like, I understand where they're coming from if they're going to do 10,000 cards, but that's all they're probably ever going to do in a monthly basis or whatever it may be, because like they're fine in this home environment. Like you have TJ, he's fine in a home environment, but he does pretty good volume and he's got a pretty good shtick going on, right? Like he's been doing this for 2 years. Maybe a homegrown newer seller, the price point does become the challenge.
Yeah, and that's also where, we've got the entry tiers, right?
Right.
So as somebody grows, a lot of these stores are saying, oh, well, it's expensive, but they don't realize that we offer free to be able to make it where they can afford and grow. And I mean, we help pay for everyone's shipping. Like,
yeah, talk more about that. I'm curious about that. Like, how does that work? And because that does add up. I think I calculated it out. It was like a $30 cash incentive, effectively.
Yeah, like it costs us thousands of dollars a month to be able to pay that for people, right? And I mean, who else offers integrated shipping to their platforms? Of course, everybody's going to say TCG tracking, but there's got to be some reason he's offering that for free, and it is not because he just wants to.
Is that it's a marketing book? I've never done anything with TCG tracking, so I don't know. I know of them, but I never have used or anything. So I guess it's also fantastic because it's also per day. I don't know what that means. It's fantastic because it's also per day. What does that mean, Wes?
I think they're talking about the subsidized shipping.
So what's the per day piece of this?
We pay for up to 25 packages. Like, we help pay for 25 packages per day.
Okay.
And it's not like a limit. I mean, we're probably going to have to lower it at some point, honestly. But right now, we're trying to help as much as we can to help, everybody. But I feel like some people may be taking advantage of it and signing up multiple accounts and doing, multiple shipments per day.
How would that? How would multiple accounts work if it's the same or inventory? You know what I'm saying? Like I'm trying to understand how that would even work.
Because you just sign up and you can use our shipping system.
Oh, so it's not linked through a singular TCG player account.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. You can link that TCG player account, unlink it from one, link it to the other one, and then it just works.
Okay. So there's a little workaround there that may be abused. I think when we last talked, we for those of you who may not know, I have on occasion had the opportunity to shoot the shit with Micah here in private chat. You have always been gracious with your time, as you are right now. My question at the time, I want to say like a month ago, was there was like a certain package that you had, and I was like, man, if this was the package, I can't imagine anybody walks away. I think it was just unlimited inventory was kind of the biggest difference. And I can't remember what it was, but I think that was like largely the biggest difference between kind of your $49.99 package and the other ones. Now the free scans were I think you had just rolled out. What's sort of the package that you guys see the most of right now?
Probably starter.
The $49.99.
No, the 99.
And so, what comes in the starter? Because I'm not on the site, and I can pull it up if you would like me to. If that's something that
Unlimited inventory. I believe it's card trader and mana pool sync. What else? What's there? One game of auto pricing. I think it also has 1,000 high accuracy scans, and I think that's it.
So 1,000 high accuracy, unlimited, and you said card uploader and card trader and card trader and mana pool.
Yeah.
Could you swap out one of those two tools for eBay?
No.
Is there a reason for that?
eBay limits how much API calls we can do. So if we just give eBay to everybody, then I'm going to have to be constantly requesting increases, and those increases take weeks, which is going to affect everyone whenever we hit those limits.
So if tomorrow everybody just joined max value programming, you might run into a challenge as it relates to that then, right?
Yeah, I definitely would. I would have to immediately reach out for an increase, which I've had to do multiple times, but they're always approved.
It's just a timing of sequence of. So what happens when that happens? Like, does everybody have to slow down for a little while, or kind of what's the order of operations?
APIs, and nobody can really do anything until that limit resets the next day.
Okay. I am obviously new to all of this and don't know enough, but so that's the reason why on the starter package you can't just give everybody eBay, because it would screw up the flow of traffic, so to speak, on the APIs with eBay.
Yep.
Got it. And I think it's like, is it $12 or something for
yeah, 13 bucks a month.
13. And is that 13 then more like a gate, so as to say, listen, if you really want this because it's going to create potential choke points, we're going to charge for it at that end? Or is it that's how we're also going to get more API access? I'm just curious how that kind of works.
It's because we don't charge a commission fee on their sales.
Okay.
So, we've got to pay for it in some way through all the infrastructure, enterprise stuff. Like, we're paying probably upwards of $10,000 to $20,000 a month on server fees for everything.
Wow. Is that month over month, no reduction in costs over time?
Correct. It's just going up with more people that join.
Is there no theoretical cap, or is there some
No,
sort of...
there's no cap. That's not um, it's not possible to have a cap on something like that when it's trying to scale.
Okay. So, Wes, it seems like you're on Sword Swift. If you have any questions that you really want to ask while you're here, be happy to translate out. Um, so, what got you? Because I remember, listen, I think I've said this to you in the past. I watched you a few streams late at night, kind of programming, or what looked to me in my mind and memory like this is about last year, maybe around this time, maybe into September. Uh, really late night streams, kind of going through the tool. What made you want to develop this?
When Binder started falling apart and I had nothing to use.
So you were on Binder and it was just not working anymore for you.
Yeah.
Got it. What was the failing point of Binder? I have never used Binder. I don't know anything of Binder. I just know that it existed. So what was kind of the failing point?
They started not pushing catalogs properly. Things were pricing at $0. Sometimes catalogs just weren't there. The buy list was just rough to use. And if you weren't on their, oh wow, what is this just chilling in here? And if you weren't on their actual like Shopify theme, you couldn't use their systems. So, I wanted something more customizable. So I started looking around. I found one guy, but he turned out to be a complete scam. Still to this day, he is operating, and I have no idea how. But anytime somebody mentions him, I usually try to steer them away.
Okay.
After that, we built our stuff.
And so how long has it taken to scale from wherever that time period was where Binder and others were not working into what you have now?
Well, we started building everything in, I think it was May of 24.
Okay.
So a little over 2 years.
But that's a pretty quick turn, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely was a lot that we got done.
What's been the greatest obstacle, challenge in general, or thing that you still haven't overcome?
Can't think of anything right now. I mean, anything that jumps in front of us, we usually tackle pretty quick.
Okay. What's your biggest success?
Sword Swift.
Sword Swift itself, just the whole thing. Got it. That's
Yeah.
fair. That's fair. So you said earlier that the thing you wish more people knew was just that the price point is not as bad as you think it is. I'm paraphrasing a bit here, but if there was something that you wish they'd stop associating with you that isn't about price, what would that be?
Not about price. People think that we're paying all these YouTubers.
Oh, well, shit. Where's my money?
Right? So, all these comments I've seen, like, this is just a big marketing push for SourceSwift. I'm like, they started talking about it. I'm like, hey, here's a reward. Thank you. And gave them access. It wasn't really well, I'll pay you to do this kind of a chat. And there's a lot of people on there that, just the only thing I really see online is well, it's so expensive. What plan are you on? And everyone's like, well, I get it for free because I'm, talking about it basically. And I'm like, that's true. But then they go on and say, not them, but the people that complain are like, well, it's like $500 just to sync eBay. And I'm like, no, it's $13 to sync eBay. And everybody is confused on pricing when it's a build to you system.
So, so I'm going to come back to this as my attempt to be an honest broker and fair in the conversation, right? Like, I one appreciate that you're having the conversation. I am a small time fish, right? I am not Rob or Mason or Louis, right? Like these are the bigger guys that I can think of right off the bat.
All but Mason used SourceSwift, by the way.
What?
I said all but Mason used SourceSwift.
Yeah, no, I appreciate. I don't know. Does Mason use anything?
I don't think Mason used Binder,
But probably not anymore, right?
I think he's just dealing with it currently still.
Got it. So let me be fair-minded in both you as kind of the person on, and I appreciate that for getting on, but also to those who I think are launching the complaint, the voice of yeah, but and I'm using card uploader, right, whether that's a fair assessment or not, because they're going, yes, but, and the but is I needed to launch to eBay. I needed to be able to do X, and if I can get the same effective opportunity of launching things to eBay, now, not maybe the pricing piece, although I think that they've adjusted some on that. I to be fair, I'm not as familiar with card uploader. But if I'm a starting user, $9.99 a month gets me the ability to launch to eBay and Manipool and a few other things, and it's got its own sort of synced inventory management system. And what's there's a vibe check to that, right? That's like, it's not $49.99, it's not $99.99 plus. It's sort of I know what my cost basis is, and so you have a free version that limits up to 2,500, but even a fairly small time seller is going to hit that cap pretty quickly if they even start to scale a little bit. So I guess what I'm asking is, do you see it from their perspective that their comparison is, this is not the true comparison isn't Binder POS, it is card uploader in the space that you're in today, especially since Binder POS seems to not function anymore?
Oh, well, there's other competitors out there other than Binder.
Sure, but I would say, and without naming names, because I have never used them, and I wouldn't want to disparage in general. They're not real competitors either. They're not where the market is. The market seems to be between two main scanning softwares, and maybe there's a few others. TCG tracking that I don't think has scanning, but could do.
Yeah, they do.
Management. They have a scanner. Okay. Do you know what their? Because I do not. Do you know what their pricing is like?
$0
for everything.
Yeah.
Now. Okay. So let's say there's three. There's a $0, which even $0 doesn't seem to be the market attractor that card uploader seems to be, for whatever reasons that may be. Because the big players right now, at least that I see and hear of, is card uploader and your platform. Without it being, I've heard very little mention of TCG tracking by way of comparison in terms of market share, at least on social media, YouTube, Instagram, whatever.
Yeah, they, I think, have their own like corner of everything.
They being TCG tracking.
Yeah.
And suffice it to say, that's a hell of an opportunity to play $0, but there's probably a long-term reason that you're paying $0 now. Would that be the fairest way to state that?
What do you mean?
I mean, I've never used the platform, but somebody tells me I'm paying $0, I'm equally as suspicious as I think others seem to be of your platform, where they're saying, yeah, but it cost me $500, right? And I understand that that's not a truly fair comparison, but what I'm saying is the complaint online that you stipulated is that it cost me $500 a month to do this, and what that
Well, the thing is, there's like 12 subscribers on our entire system out of over 1,000 that are paying for that $500 a month plan.
Oh, I don't doubt that, and I don't think I think when you and I chopped it up, while I might hit the $500 plan just for the sake of ease in the to press one and be done, is there a I think when I looked at it, it was something like $199 for the scans, the unlimited high res, and like 130, I want to say, was what it came to for all the other stuff. So $330. Call it $325. $325 got me eBay. I want to say Shopify, which I have questions about in general because I know that you have launched your LCS market and whatever, and maybe that's the same tool that PokePaster is on now too.
Yeah, he's on our storefronts.
So is there a difference? What's the difference ultimately between the storefront version and the Shopify plugin?
Storefronts is hosted exclusively by us,
Okay.
built for built basically for TCGs, but it's
Okay.
on that deck list builder. It's got built-in buy list. It's basically taking all of the tools we've built and turning it into a like a side project or sorry, I read that comment.
It's fine.
Turns it into a like compiled system of everything that's been built.
And it looks like it also takes sealed into consideration. Is that correct?
Yeah, everything. The sealed's always been in the system.
Okay.
So,
and that
also,
has auto pricing as well?
Yep, it's got auto pricing all built. I mean, you have to have these subscriptions, right, to use the storefront, but it compiles everything that you have into that storefront.
When you say you have to have the subscriptions, is that not just the version of whatever what is this thing called again? So it's either the Shopify plugin or this other model. What's the other model called?
Storefront.
Okay, so is Storefront as a subscription not going to carry everything as a holistic unit? Or do I also have to have some sort of other additional thing to be able to do sealed by way of example?
Imagine Shopify, but made by SourceSwift. That's what a storefront is.
Okay. And then the Shopify plugin it will do what comparatively?
It just pushes the stuff to Shopify instead of, like Square or WooCommerce. It's just an integration to push the items to Shopify, just like, you're pushing it to Manapool, but it's using Shopify as a leg instead.
But it's not going to be organized with a filtering side the way that you've built into the storefront and everything else, correct?
Correct.
You would have to then have to manage on the back end your Shopify version of that new inventory.
Right. So the storefront's going to be auto making all of the categories for you, all the filters, adjusting it all, sorting it in ways on the header for you, making it where, if you have a deck list that you surface, it can build a cart straight on the storefront, take payment on the storefront. You can do membership discounts. I've basically built it to be a Patreon replacement as well. You can do.
Wait, hold on. Scroll back. You've made it so that it can operate with a Patreon type deal?
No, it's built to replace Patreon as well.
So you don't have to pay that. But and if I remember correctly, what's the fees on the storefront? 2%?
Storefront. Any sales made on the storefront is 2%.
Okay. On top of whatever the Shopify fees are.
On top of whatever Stripe fees are.
So
you don't need Shopify if you're using the storefront.
Okay, so But that's usually 2.9 plus 30, right? Like regardless of the
Yeah,
platform.
wherever you're at, that's going to be the price.
Okay, so I have a Shopify store for Sealed, right? I run Sealed on this. I've set it up the way I want it. If I was to attach storefronts, would it overtake my entire store, or would it be a page on my store sort of separate?
You're confusing it and thinking they're linked. They're not.
Okay, so unconfuse me.
Storefront is its own website. Like it cuts Shopify entirely out of the picture
Okay.
and
So
replaces it with itself. If you want to use it could be another website that you use instead of Shopify or alongside Shopify, but um, it's its own system, basically. So what you would like if you would go to Crystal Commerce, right? You pay Crystal Commerce, and they build you a website for you. So you're paying them then $99 a month plus 2.5% plus 2.9 plus 30, just to have your own website. Storefronts on our system is free on the free plan, but we just charge 2%.
So what's the non-free plan? What does that do?
What do you mean?
You said it's free on the free plan, so it's something.
No, it's free on the free plan.
Gotcha. So it becomes your URL, and you operate in the system, and you just keep everything on the OS that is your inventory management tool.
Yep.
And the fee on that is 2%. I mean, I don't even hate the fee. I guess my question is, since I've already built my website, not that my dev would probably kill me, but if I wanted to link the Shopify, my Shopify as it was, with your Shopify plugin, I would have to just build all the filters and management tools, yada yada yada.
On Shopify side,
On
yes.
Shopify, yes. Yeah.
So
really,
we push all of that stuff over for you to use. Like it's pushed as meta fields. You just have to build the collections to filter them with.
okay, so it's friendly enough, but the question is how much you value that 2%, basically.
Yeah, and how much do you value nice fancy hover effects on foils? You want to combine everything that you do in your business, whether it's Patreon memberships, wholesale discounts, bookings, I believe were set up. What else was there? Subscription packages, so you can subscribe to a booster box monthly thing. Anything like that is all built in as well.
And so every nickel and dime that comes through, you're getting 2%, but you're setting up all of that as a part of this. And then processing a payment is through your system, but through Stripe ultimately.
Yes.
Okay. And you can do this with or without. Because I guess it wouldn't make sense to not have the other inventory management tools and scans, but you could technically do it without, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the cost of the storefront? Just the 2%?
Yep.
Are you seeing more people launch a storefront?
I've seen a lot of storefronts get launched, yeah. And they're very builder friendly. Like they're drag and drop builder. You can literally ask ChatGPT to configure like the CSS and Liquid for you and completely customize the entire layout of everything so you look completely different from other people who use storefronts.
Gotcha.
Like it's its own entire platform. It's not just, oh, it's a drag and drop builder that you can make your own website on. No, it's literally a fully custom builder, drag and drop, paid builder. What you see is what you get editor.
So how does it do with auto pricing for Sealed? Same as the per singles? No difference?
It does it same as singles. I mean, but it's separate. You can customize how sealed prices, and you can also have floors, cost-based floors. All of the modules that auto pricing has can reprice sealed, but you can respect that you don't want it to go under, 30% under cost or anything like that. It's all customizable in that way.
What's the I'm gonna ask some questions from chat in 2 seconds. What's the turnaround for a storefront to launch?
Sign up.
Sign up. Got it. All right, we had some questions. So storefront creates an actual website. That's a question from a few minutes ago.
Yeah, good. Literally, you can put your own domain on it and everything.
If sorts were to end or reduce subsidized shipping, what would pricing look like versus, for example, pirate ship?
Well, it's going to be a bit more than that in terms of, the letter side, because it's tracked letters. It's not just plain letters. You can always integrate your own Easy Post and just get whatever Easy Post pricing is and not have to pay our API fees.
But you could integrate it directly.
Yep.
Okay. Just for my own notification, why Easy Post versus stamps.com or whatever?
Don't think Stamps has an API.
Got it. Okay. Apparently, the dev does it for fun as a side project. I think they were talking about.
Yeah, they're talking about
TCG.
TCG tracking.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's a lot of sort Swift haters in the TCG tracking group too, and I'm not sure why. I think it's just because they're like, oh, well, I have this for free. Why would I even ever want to talk to you?
Well, on the flip side, no, I don't think there's a reason to hate you, but do you
understand? No, there are people that hate me, 100%.
There are people that hate you?
Yep.
Okay, why do they hate you?
Honestly, I don't know. Like, I went in a chat on one of Phantom's groups, and there was a guy that literally called us scum, and I still don't know why. And then there were people that were going along with it, like, yeah, I think so too, because their pricing is predatory. And I'm like, whatever. That guy just signed up. He asked our AI chatbot, like, how to use the system. He got an answer, and he signed up right away to whatever the AI chatbot said. And then that guy calls us scum. He's like, yeah, I think so too. Their pricing's predatory. I don't even know what I signed up for. And I'm like, well, do you want a refund? He's like, yeah. So I refunded him. And then he went on to proceed and, just basically trash me in that chat. So he honestly got a ban. Like, he was the second person we banned.
I mean, it's your platform. I would never mind that. Micah answers my support questions at 2 a.m. Can't hate that kind of service. There you go. I mean, he's shooting the shit with me right now. So, what's the... Okay, you're getting hate online. Everything seems to be centered around the pricing conversation. Is there anything that's not like... I wish it had this feature. I wish it didn't do this, or I wish it had this old feature that they got rid of. Something like that.
Anytime someone says, I wish it did this, they have it the same day.
Okay.
And that's another reason, that people pay for our service. I mean, because there was one guy that requested something, and he was like, I can't believe that the lightning fast support, like this feature that I requested, is working great. It's finally happy to see a software that has lightning fast support. And I'm like, yeah, happy to hear it. But that's one thing that I think people don't realize, that when you're actually paying for something, you open a ticket and it actually gets solved and built. Which I know. I can't remember his name. He was in your chat earlier.
Loomis, Sam.
Yeah, I know he says the same thing, that he'll build whatever you want. So will I.
He does. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Sam Sam takes on the challenge for sure. I know that much. But I don't think he's questioning that you're not going to build something, kind of a thing.
Mhm.
Bluntly, I imagine, and this is, take this with a grain of salt. I have not built any of these systems. I try to be friendly with everybody, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I joked the other day that I'm probably going to piss everybody off involved just because of the way I'm doing it. But then the challenge with bronze, I'm going to use your scans to show how the scan systems over the same time period work between Card Uploader and your system, and highlighting the fact that these are free scans. But for the sake of Sam and the fact that it is unlimited inventory, I am going to be pushing everything towards Loomis so I can see how that operates, because I want to showcase how all of these things sort of work and sort of in sync with what I talked with you about before, which is the difference in the hardware pieces, right? Like, I know Phantom is getting Fizzbatch, and the plus side of the Fizzbatch is it's been around for a long time, and you can finance it. The downside of the Fizzbatch is it's very costly, right? Comparatively, I can get 3 of your machines for the same price as 1 Fizzbatch, and that's a uptick. It's a larger uptick in quantity of cards per hour, even if that's the only metric that you were considering, in fairness. Now, there's a babysitting feature that the 2 of us, you and I, have talked about, which is the bin size creates a bottleneck, which in theory lessens the effective rate of cards per hour based on bin size alone, potentially, without being babysat, I should say. Would you say that's a fair assessment of the difference between the 2 hardware platforms?
Probably. Yeah. I mean, if
I know
you
it's not apples to apples, right? Because you would say, well, you should get the super sorter if you're going to go real apples to apples, right?
well, so the Fizzbatch only does so many games for recognition, right? It can't sort penny sleeves, can't sort top loaders. I don't think it can do Yu-Gi-Oh, just because of the size of the machine, like slots.
Okay.
So, I mean, if you want to do every game and you want to run penny sleeves, then the super sorter is the solution. Also, I actually have a customer who has a super sorter and a Fizzbatch, and he honestly prefers the super sorter and says he wishes he could just return the Fizzbatch and get a super sorter for like a second one. And it really comes down to, again, support, because he had an open ticket with them. I'm not going to name what the ticket is because it'll give away who it is, but for a specific thing to be fixed, that apparently I also had the same issue, and he told me, and it was resolved that night, and he said, I've been waiting for 3 weeks for this and it's still not fixed on their system. And it's a simple fix. Like, it shouldn't take that long.
Now, you've talked about the mini, at least, because that's the one I'm most interested in, to be fair. You talked about it not yet having the hollow tech built in. It's more about a software basis right now. That's how
Yeah.
But that would be fairly easy to do. I realize time is really the most valuable commodity that you probably have a lack thereof. But my question is, how long would it take to do that?
Like, replace it once it's built, or build it?
Build it in general, I guess.
Um,
Like, if I ordered one off the line tomorrow, here's $9,000. Why wouldn't it come with this hollow detection at the technical level, not just at the software level?
because the software level doesn't support the hardware level that it's doing. It's just not programmed to do it. The hardware exists. It's not the hardware that's the problem. It's the time of designing the bracket to sit it on there, and then tune the software to read it and understand, okay, this is the card I just looked at. This is the foil one versus this one. So I guess 3D designing, ordering the part, 3D designing the bracket it goes on, and then putting it on. That's the holdup.
Okay. I've asked about 50 questions of you. I'm not the reason anybody's probably going to watch this. So my question is, what question do you want to ask of me?
Oh, I have no idea.
No,
I'm usually not the one to ask questions. I just like answer them.
I know, but I figured I'd give you an opportunity to take a shot at me.
No, you're all good. Yeah.
So you're not the only game in town for scanning. You're saying you're not the only game in town for inventory management. You're really, 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 really good for really big players, right? And I mean like the Robs and the Louis and things like that. You're well worth it for your mid caps who need the point of sale system and other features that at $500 a month all in, it really doesn't matter. That's a nickel for every dollar that they're making, so it doesn't really matter. It seems like the commentary, the feedback, the hate, as you were saying, comes from. But I'm not mid. I'm 6 months in. I'm a year in. I have 50,000 cards, which means I have to pay $100 a month, and $100 a month, it becomes untenable compared to my alternatives. And my alternatives may not do everything that you do, but it does more than enough for the price point. My question is, would you ever consider either, maybe it's just to sweep the leg, either to end the conversation and combat the noise, or because you wanted to eliminate market share? Would you ever consider a lower price point at a different value stream than where you're saying your current starter package lies, or more? This goes back to the API call conversation or on eBay. Would you ever consider these things to just say, I want to end the dialogue, I want to end the conversation, and I'm just going to $49.99 a month, and you're going to get unlimited scans, you're going to get unlimited inventory, you're going to get whatever, you're going to 5 different platforms, whatever it is that you think the market would demand in this scenario. And yes, that's 5 times more than Card Uploader, right? But it's well worth it because of X, Y, Z reasons. Would you ever consider things like that to just sort of end the argument?
No, because we had to raise prices by 25% because of how much infrastructure was costing us.
Okay.
To actually operate at this scale. So going back down just wouldn't make sense because we already had to raise them to be able to keep up.
Okay. See, I don't think people are going to understand that. Like, one, and listen, personally, I am somebody that you set an expectation, whatever that expectation be, especially around pricing. You don't tend to go back, and it's not because you're trying to be a dick. I look at it like there's a reason we went to this cost structure, and with that cost structure, if there's opportunity for let's call it a get ahead, right? Like right now my costs are lower, yeah, but my costs may be higher in 2 months, and in the meantime I'm going to bank that to go do this other project, right? Like as a business, it's never really going back to the person, it's going back into the business. So I respect that. I guess the lowest that you've determined that is comfortable from a business side is as the settings that you have. So there's really not room to sort of end the debate. And I grant from your position that there is no debate. It's not that others can't or shouldn't be using these other things. It's that they're not truly comparable. Is there any point of comparison that you see validity in, though?
I mean, the scanning is great. Unlimited for $9.99 is awesome. But anybody's like, well, I can go to Card Uploader and get unlimited scans for $10. I'm like, yeah, but you can go to SortSwift and get unlimited scans for $0. That's my argument to whenever somebody says that. And they're like, oh, SortSwift charges for scans. I'm like, no.
Okay.
A lot of people don't realize that. Then there's the they want to be able to sync it to eBay, right? So as soon as you scan it on SourceSwift, guess what? You can make a CSV and upload it to eBay just like you can on Card Uploader for also $0.
Is Card Uploader not a direct inventory management tool now? I thought that's what they were doing now.
I think they are working on that.
My, my understanding is it's a direct inventory management.
Yeah, but last I discussed this was when it wasn't, so I haven't really seen it. I don't know how it works. I know they're trying to integrate it with Manapool, which I know the scale of the back end of everything. Manapool is a cheap platform to integrate with because of their API. If you want to start going to stuff beyond Manapool and eBay, which I still don't know how they're doing eBay for that price, which then again, maybe the $10 goes straight to the eBay API, like development and stuff, server costs, whatever. Once they break out of, just eBay and Manapool, maybe they're not a for-profit company and they want to stick at a small team of and just pay the small team, but it is not ever going to be able to get to a scale. Which, granted, I saw Phantom's payouts for affiliate, which means he's brought them like 600 customers, right?
Mhm.
So Card Uploader having 600 customers, giving him $600 leaves them 9. So like what, $5,400 a month from 600 customers.
Mhm.
That's enough to pay what, one person,
Yeah.
So
And that's just what Phantoms brought, right? That's just one person in this
mhm.
in this equation.
But me managing all of the tickets, we've got another developer handling tickets, and we only have 1,000 customers. Granted, we have a ton more features to maintain. I think we've got millions of lines of code, but if they're just managing that small stuff, then sure, they can handle it with a small team. But it's not going to be possible for them to maintain it for much longer and want to be able to grow and do other things. They're going to be stuck in a place of, well, we can sync to X and Y, but we can't do Z unless you pay, more. Which maybe they'll make a $20 tier that gives you more, but it's never going to get to a scale of, okay, here's your dedicated rep. Open a ticket, call us, text us, whatever. At the scale that it is and the price point that they're at.
So let's just say, for sake of argument, that using Phantom is a great way of into this conversation for the math. Phantom's brought them $6,000 a month. That's one person who's become a force multiplier. Great for them, right? And independent of that, you have other fellow shills that maybe there are 5 others that bring them an equal amount, and so we're dealing with to the tune of 30,000 or no 25,000 a month, right? Just from the top end shills, and then there's a few extra stragglers or people who just joined to join, didn't go through an affiliate, whatever it may be, and so let's call it conservatively across the enterprise $50,000 a month. Now that's 3 or 4 people's payroll plus server cost plus. Would you agree that that's within the art of the potential, not necessarily the possible?
Yeah.
Real
Yeah,
back. Okay.
They
So
could
they're-
very likely be doing that much.
Okay, so they're making 50K in our scenario, and they're doing that with just a few, shills, yada yada yada. They're making 50K, and they're paying for all the goods and services that they need and their staff. The user experience is, well, I only have to pay $10, and to your point, there may be a slowdown in the tickets, or there may be a slowdown in future capability on the roadmap, but I only have to pay $10 for unlimited scans, plus what my understanding is an inventory management tool, because my understanding of that is truthfully based on what Bronze and Sam have talked about recently in Loomis, which is Loomis doesn't love that you don't own the the inventory. You don't own the scans, so to speak, because it's not your SKUs, it's the card uploader SKUs, right? And I think that's probably the same for your system. I don't know that, and Bronze has basically said that that doesn't bother me because like it's the tool I'm using, right? Like, so it doesn't matter.
What do you mean don't own the scans?
Well, like if you were to leave the card uploader or maybe SourceSwift as well, you don't have a way of, this is my understanding, I could be butchering this, you don't own a way, you don't, like the minute you upload it to eBay, unless you're using the CSV file, and again, this is my understanding, so please correct me, unless you're using a CSV file basis, it sort of dies if you leave these inventory systems. You can't go to another system and bring over the same or previous inventory baseline of SKUs and everything. So,
It really depends on the system because ours lets you export it.
okay. Um, okay.
Like we fully believe that the system we've made is the best system ever.
Oh, sure.
We give you everything in possibility that you might want to go to a different platform. Like we don't hold you hostage like some of these other ones do. Like, oh well, your stuff's on eBay now. Good luck getting it off and going somewhere else. That's our system doesn't do that. It literally gives you a way of exporting, customizing that export exactly how you want it, adding the link to the files and the images where you can just go to them and download them. It's not, well, you're on here forever, and even on our export, it gives you the locations of all the cards per card.
Okay.
Save your cost per card. So you just literally export and you've got everything that you had on SourceSwift in a CSV file per card.
Okay, so that's, and again, I don't know how card uploader does this. Maybe that's a challenge with the card uploader.
The card uploader does not put the images in a CSV file whenever you export it, right? So if you're exporting it and going to a different platform, you don't get the old images that you used to upload. So you're stuck with just stock images on whatever platform you go to, which I only know this from experience of people doing that.
See, and my irony is that I prefer the stock images and don't really want to deal with the scans, but that's my own challenge and burden to bear. So, actually, this is a separate question. I'll take the opportunity to be completely selfish here. I've made myself very known that I would prefer to use stock images. Stock images don't really exist for reverse hollows, do they? Or hollows?
SourceSwift has some, yeah.
Some, but not all, because it just depends on what they are.
Yeah, and we're slowly building that catalog out where it actually has those.
Okay. And I think I understand you introduced another thing, which was sort of like a pre-made of like you can have a second picture, which is like a little bit more like almost advertising, right? Like on the whatever it may be that you want to say on the second picture. It doesn't have to be a scan. It can be just an auto picture function that goes on the upload.
Yeah, we built all of that. You can drag and drop builder your own images. There's also the ability of like highlighting specific areas on cards if you want that card specifically to have its own special cropping. Like maybe there's a swirl or something. You can go in and edit that crop and add in a specialized crop to show that swirl. You can highlight nicks, or you can make global corner crops where it'll add another picture of each corner to the listing. So you set a global crop, which then crops each of those and adds those to the listing. But you can also override those and add extra ones per card as well.
Okay, that's interesting. That is interesting, actually. So when the way I operate, this is my last selfish question personally. The way I operate is people bring me their bulk and I give them store credit, and that store credit goes on Shopify, and that store credit then is something that they get to use to buy from the store.
Mm-hmm.
How would that work on your storefront?
Same way.
It has no difference.
Now you can add the store credit on our system, and it goes to the storefront, and they can spend it on the storefront.
Okay. So I didn't know. I wasn't sure if you had a built-in store credit kind of a thing. So that's
Yep.
more or less what I'm asking.
It also can integrate into Shopify store credit if you want to. So
Would there be any purpose of doing that?
you take a buy list in, and then you can quickly add the store credit with one button instead of having to go type it.
What's this buy? Explain the buy list. You've said this like 2 or 3 times now. Maybe I'm just not understanding or slow on the uptake, which is possible. What is this buy list piece that you're talking about?
It's a website that people can go in, search the cards. You pre-set up what you pay for stuff. It shows them the offer that you're willing to pay for those cards, and then they add it to the cart, submit the buy list order, and then give you the cards. You look over them, approve it, and then you choose to either give them cash or credit. And if it's credit, you click one button, it adds it to their account and links it to whatever store credit you're integrated to.
Okay, so I said it was going to be the last, but you just made me think of something. I want to do an affiliate program.
Mm-hmm.
Where when somebody delivers X amount of bulk or whatever, and I pay them out, this affiliate gets they get something for it.
Like
What's
an MLM type thing?
Kind of, yeah. How is that functional within your system in any way?
That would be more storefront related. I believe we have referral stuff set up that way.
So storefront
is a compilation of all kinds of tools that would be customer facing.
But in theory, it could take that piece of it on and automate this.
Yeah.
Okay. But I would need it to understand. Does it have a bulk option?
The buy list?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can set up how much you pay for bulk commons and uncommons. Say you give $4 per thousand, $6 credit, $4 cash, and let them type how many they have, and then it adds that to the cart for that specific buy list submission.
Mm-hmm.
And you can also set it up where they're like, oh, I only buy in chunks of 1,000, and then then they have to submit it in chunks of 1,000 instead of.
But on the back end, presumably, you have to verify those counts and then justifiably say it was actually 200 more or 200 less, and so therefore I'm decrementing this ticket against it. So how does that work in the system?
It automatically logs it. They get an email whenever they submit it that they can go in and actually look at the listing and see any changes that you've done. And then you can email them and say, hey, we're done with your buy list. It changed this, this, and this. Go look and make sure that that's something you want to do. The buy list has its own chat system too. So all they got to do is click on that link that they get whenever they submit it. They can chat with you straight there, and then any messages you get pop up on that buy list, and you can reply straight in the buy list system.
Okay, and then in that theory, they said they had 1,000 commons and uncommons by way of example, and they chose to take trade in this example. Is that a secondary option?
Yep. Yeah, okay. You can give them cash instead, or credit instead.
But the point is that they could. They sort of get a choice once they're informed of what the cash and credit option is. They can actively make a choice to put whatever.
Yeah, they basically, you'd offer what they chose, but if they want to decide to change it to cash, then they can change it to cash, and it's like one click on your side.
Got it. And then because this is all built in theory, the affiliate would auto link to whatever your affiliated program meant.
I don't think the affiliate program's built into the buy list, but that honestly sounds like a good idea to do.
I mean, that's what I want. Not that it need be. You don't need to do it for me. I'm just saying that that's where it comes in my head versus the very manual version of this.
Yeah, it's built more so for the selling side of it currently. It hasn't really been thought of like, oh well, this person referred me a buy list, so I need to give them a little cut.
Yeah.
That hasn't really been thought.
Well, that's my job out here, trying to think of new things. So I guess I've tried to use our time tonight, which I very much appreciate you taking the time because you were just peacefully showering and then you got on with this jackass. I know why you can't lower your pricing. And I can at least respect why that is based on the actual information here. Even if it was just, I can't because it's a bad move for how I'm going to want to grow this thing, right? That's
Well, let me give you some insight on pricing for our competitors.
Sure.
So anybody that's offering a system similar to ours in our upper end space for actual card stores, for no fee, like the no fee aspect of how we don't charge commission, those plans are anywhere from $2,000 to $5,000 a month.
Okay.
So us being able to offer all of that, and I'm going to use our regular core plan in this case, plus the eBay sync, for which, by the way, also includes scanning and none of these other systems that charge that 2,500 or 2,000 to 5,000 offer. Most of them don't even have direct syncs to eBay, stuff like that. You can get away with our system for like 263, right? Because you add eBay to the main core plan.
Right.
So, $263 a month versus, and I'll name off numbers. One platform goes anywhere from 2,000 to 5,000 a month, and what we offer, you get a majority of what is on the $5,000 a month plan, and then the other two are just flat out. Your other three are just flat out charge fees. So one of them is $2,500 a month. I believe the other one is $850 a week. And actually, the third one doesn't have a no fee plan.
Okay. So this is where my head goes when I hear things like that. You are to those systems how others view Card Uploader is to you using the SAT version of Logic, right? It doesn't make sense to me, based on everything that you're offering, for anybody who would pay those other systems to not use you.
Mm-hmm.
But it does make sense for many to say, for $10 a month, I get a baseline inventory management system, an unlimited scans, and a cost profile that I can swallow at especially a kind of that 0 to 18-month range of development for most people in the space. Because it's baked in, and mostly because of the unlimited inventory, it's manageable, and I can account for the $10 or whatever it may be, right? Like, let's say they move it to $20 in the future to add more features of some sort. That feels more manageable than the $49 or $99 version that I understand you can't come down on. But I think that's where the strategic compromise of the challenge seems to be in the space right now online is, why would I pay $49.99 or $99.99 or $125, which is where I think I would have to come to get effectively similar output, but with unlimited scans? Like, I think that's where the space seems to be, is the price per unit and manageable cost for a small time seller or a lower end seller seems to be the challenge here. I mean, do you see kind of the cause and effect of where you are compared to these much binder POS and other things? Seems to be the same correlation people are making in mass as it relates to card uploader versus SwordSwift.
Yeah, and I think card uploader is great for like the hobbyist, right? But
Okay.
then again, also I think SwordSwift is great for the hobbyist. But another thing, I don't think SwordSwift is great for the bulk hobbyist. If someone's just selling bulk, then SwordSwift honestly is probably not the solution for that. But
Why
if
is that?
someone is just the limitation on the inventory.
Okay. So see, that feels like a legitimate um, give and take here in this conversation, because I agree with you that SwordSwift doesn't feel like the bulk option for the hobbyist, as you were saying, right? Like for that just starting out 0 to 18 months, most people are, but that's also where most people enter as a bulk dealer, right? Like in that entry phase of things. And so what I appreciate that kind of admission, because I think that's where people get lost. They see that the Phantoms or the TJs or the whomever who started with bulk, right? And go, bulk is unlimited upside, no real cost downside, great margins. You should use these tools. Now, to be fair to Phantom and others, a lot of them kind of played on both sides of the fence here. They'll say card uploader is great, but I'm using SwordSwift because it's better for my business or whatever it may be, right? TJ, I don't think ever really did that because he was really using any of these softwares prior to switching over to SwordSwift. But I think that's kind of where the rub lies, is that, yeah, but I deal in bulk because that's where I can buy, that's where my margins are, that's where I know, that's where I watch the TJs and the Phantoms and the others, and this is where to go. So now I'm at a loss because the systems are pushing, the players in those ecosystems seem to be pushing for one tool over another for their businesses at their scale now. And as a byproduct, they're left with the desire to say, but where does that leave me? And I can only afford the $10 system. So maybe this isn't for me, or maybe SwordSwift isn't for me, or maybe that's the natural push. I think that admission means a lot more than you or others are willing to admit, and others being that the others that are complaining about the systems and the pricing, because they're sitting here saying that why can't I use the system that's meant for, or these other YouTubers and big boys who started with bulk themselves are using. And I think that admission is probably harder to I have not heard it so succinctly and probably correctly. And I think that becomes the challenge in this space right now, is that card uploader is probably better for the bulk dealer, and bulk dealers writ large are where a lot of this space is. And they want to be in your tool because of the scalability, or because of the fact that you have great marketing going on right now from, I'm calling them shills because they would say that jokingly themselves, but great people in this space, and the Phantoms and the TJs. And so there's this disconnect. And I don't know how to solve that, since we've talked about your price per unit. It can't really come down. But I do think that that's always going to be the continuous challenges, because for me, I mean, just to be flat out, I make pretty good money in this industry now. Now, I haven't proven myself enough in this industry to warrant me saying I'm going to spend XYZ dollars on a monthly basis. It has nothing to do with one tool or another. I'm barely using any tool, right? Like, because of the way in which I'm operating in the space. But it is a detractor because of the sheer number of cards I plan to work on, to say, well, just in order to get through the door, I almost have to spend X amount of money versus its alternatives. And I can probably afford to spend on those. I can afford to certainly spend on the alternatives, but I can probably afford to spend your version of things on a monthly basis. And even if you said tomorrow, Ryan, to shut you the hell up, I'm going to give it to you for free because I want you to see what the hell you're talking about and why this isn't a big deal, or why the benefit is X versus Y. I do think that assessment of it's not really geared for the bulk seller at the hobbyist level of 0 to 18 months is such a big admission of it's not guilt, it's of truth of saying not everything is meant for everybody. And I think the problem is right now everybody's pushing like everything is meant for everybody, because I do think that you offer enough entryway in with that 2,500 cards that it feels inclined to say I can make this work, until all of a sudden to make my business work I have to have 50,000 cards listed, because that's how my business is structured, and that's not how this would work at a price point that makes sense anymore. And so there's this teetering on the seesaw that you lose the audience just as you're about to gain them. Is that a fair kind of wrap up of sort of the criticisms therein and the challenges therein as it relates to the rest of the market space versus your tool?
I'd probably say that, yeah.
Okay. I think what you have is an amazing tool meant for beyond the hobbyist. And even though I'm probably beyond the hobbyist at this point, the reason I haven't committed to a tool largely is because of two things. One, hardware. You and I have talked about this. I desperately want your hardware, but financing is a consideration to this, just because it's the best use of dollars in the space. And the second thing is, I would then be locked into your system, but to be locked into your system would probably mean
Not really. You wouldn't be locked in. No.
Well, if I was to use your tool, though, right?
No. The super sorter exports in any format and can put on any platform.
Well, that's actually a good selling point that everybody should hear, and for anybody and I'm going to point people to this part of the conversation because I want people to hear this. That's a really good selling point, because I would have thought that you have to be on that in order. Now, it probably makes the most sense just naturally, but it's good to know that you don't have to. If you were to say tomorrow, snap your fingers, change one thing about this conversation. And I don't mean just this conversation. I mean the conversation in the market space. And you couldn't say the pricing piece. I've tried to come back to this in a few different ways. Would it be just that this tool may not be
pricing?
What'd you say?
I said I can't think of anything other than pricing.
Yeah, but would you think it's fair to say that, like, the recent marketing push, for instance, from those who love the tool, and I mean that they clearly love the tool. I hate the fact that people are talking about, oh, they're shilling for this. I'm like, no, they like something and they're talking about it the same way you would talk about a car or a girl or a guy that you really like. There's no difference to me. And shilling in this aspect is just literally talking about the thing that they're using to their success. In the same way that I don't give TJ prop or any problems, or I give him flowers for the fact that he's grown to what he is, or Phantom that he's grown to what they are. I don't look at that as a negative. I look at that as a positive. It may not be where somebody else is in their journey, but it is a positive to strive towards. In the same way that I think that it may be a statement of fact to say, SourceSwift may not be for you right now, but when it is, we're going to be ready for you to do X, Y, and Z. Like, I think that's a fair thing to stipulate. So if it isn't pricing, what's the natural gravitational pull of, I wish that people would let go of this factor? Is it the inventory? Like, because I've sort of focused on that of, like, if you had unlimited scans and unlimited inventory, but made me pay for specific API access, and under that $99 threshold, right, kind of at the $50 threshold, I think you'd have more vocal proponents and that say, I would rather pay $50 a month, getting unlimited scans, unlimited inventory, and one or two of I think when I reached out to you, it was like eBay and one other thing, whatever that one other thing is for you as a seller on the platform. If you did that, I think most people would jump ship from the $9.99 once they sort of got past the initial testing, sort of the same way that Phantom jumped from Card Uploader to your platform. And they wouldn't care that they had to do a little extra work versus the high res. And they wouldn't care about it because they would look at it as, I'm paying a little bit more right now per month so that when I scale beyond the hobbyist, and let's be honest, most of them won't. Most of them will die on the vine because that's just the natural part of the cycle probably. But if they did, then they would be more prepared for that scale in the future as a byproduct. And you just putting it out there bluntly, would probably earn more on the volume metrics, and with the knowledge that a lot of them are going to not survive first contact or second wave of contact, because a lot of these people, myself potentially included, I'll put myself in the danger zone because I have not been doing this for 0 to 18 months, to say, you know what, I'm done. And yes, I paid $50 when I could have paid 10 or 0, depending on if it's TCG tracking, right? But you got $50 out of me more each month for, say, 8 months versus the 10 over the same period of time to card uploader. You would have, it's almost like a gym membership in that scenario. Is there a world in which you see that as like, you may not do it, but you see that as a factoid of how you could pump up your volume and understand where the user community probably wants you to be?
I mean, yeah, you're giving me thoughts to talk to Devin about tomorrow.
Good. I mean, that's awesome, because I all I want to do is put good thoughts into the world. And frankly, I'm not a shill for any of these platforms because I'm not using a goddamn one of them right now. If anything, I've been the biggest shill for Sam, mostly because I know him and I want him to be successful. And I think he would be proud to hear me say that, but also he wouldn't be surprised, because I know how much he has said on behalf of all of these systems. This shit's hard, and anybody doing it needs to be dedicated to it, right? And so I don't question anybody's dedication, yourself included, into this space. And because talking until almost 2 a.m. with a jackass that you don't really owe anything to, just because you want to put out there into the world what you've been building and try and answer some questions, takes commitment. So I will thank you for your time and give what I offered 25 to 30 minutes minimum ago. What's a question you want to ask me, even if it's just, can you shut the hell up?
Well, if we so I'll talk to you about what I want to talk to Devin about tomorrow.
Okay.
And I say talk to Devin about it because Devin is the business partner. I have to discuss things like this with him.
Yep.
While most cases he's like, well, if you think it'll do it, let's do it. He usually doesn't oppose because he realizes that a lot of the ideas and direction have been, me, and he's been the implementer.
Right.
Of course, the other developers too, right? So we now have a team of 4. So we've got me, Devin, Steve, and Sakib, who, handle all of this, right? Sakib is more of our infrastructure man, not database management, because that's Devin. Steve is our new guy that's trying to help with the onboarding stuff, but that's not what I'm talking to Devin about tomorrow. Devin, I want to discuss with him about the inventory stuff that you talk about, because I think it's at a scale. I mean, everybody's already got access to all the tools on inventory, but I want to think of it in a way of, is it going to upset the higher paying customers if we, limit the inventory and then, allow more people access, right? So
I can't tell you what the higher pay, what I can't tell you what somebody who's already accessing the tool would say. What I can tell you is what I would say if I was in the higher paying tool. Why does it matter? Because I'm presumably paying for what I'm getting the value of, and I don't really care what anybody else is getting the value of at that point. And if I'm already higher paying, I'm probably using it because I am a mid-sized to high level shop, and it doesn't particularly matter.
So, question, how many cards does the average person have when they do bulk?
I'll be blunt with you right now. I'm going through 250,000 cards I had planned to list.
Mhm.
And right now, I'm planning to bulk a lot of them out, but tomorrow I could get 250,000 more. And I would say to you, the average is probably around 50 to 100K. And I'm using that based on having conversations with Roar and Bronze. Bronze is probably the exception to the rule because he has so many. Sam, I can tell you that Pat from Hound Dog is probably more than 100,000. Now, the average is probably closer to the 50 to 100. But if you're talking about the not quite mid cap, but beyond, but well beyond the, not quite yet to be a Louis or a mid cap, but in the YouTube space slash I'm doing this professionally or at some level beyond hobbyist. It's probably use 100,000 as the marker is probably the right number. Now, whether that's comfortable or not, I don't know. The difference, and this is a point of I don't know for you in terms of cost point, but at that point, why have a cap? Because 100,000 feels like at that point, why have a cap? And again, I don't know the pricing structures, how they're built, why they're built the way that they are. But in my head, at $49.99 a month with an unlimited cap on inventory and unlimited scans on the not high res scans and 2 platforms, eBay, and you pick which 2. It doesn't matter which 2 you pick. You get to pick which 2 there are. You would have 1,000 signups probably in a day. Because we just admitted that there's probably 600 that Phantom has brought over just a card uploader alone.
Mm-hmm.
So this becomes a volume-based game, which is the same game that the bulk buyers and slingers are dealing with. It's a volume-based game. On top of, you will probably end the argument, or at least come damn close to it.
So let's look at it at a bundle tier, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to discuss it with you like I would discuss it with Devin.
Okay.
The starter plan is $100, has 2 syncs,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll discuss with him also the ability of swapping and see how much that hurts the API. I don't think it'll hurt it too bad because, and I might do it in a way of, instead of forcing them to have, X, Y, and Z sync, we could, instead of naming them, change the number to market syncs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that may honestly help some code on the back end too. Like I can already visualize how we could do that. But the other thing is, and see, this is why we have discussions. Now that you mention it, I've been asked that question. I don't know how many times, if we could just swap them, and I'm tired of being asked it, so I'll just build it. And then the other thing on the inventory, I don't know how to go about doing unlimited inventory properly. Like, would a free tier, instead of doing 2,500 and then doing 10,000 and then 20,000, would doing free at 50,000 and then on the entry plus go to 100,000, and then on the entry max go to 150,000, and then once it hits the starter tier, it goes to unlimited. Would that be? Because that's basically what you're saying.
In theory, yes, but I don't know the price points behind what you just said.
So free, is free. Entry plus is $19. And then entry max is $49.
Entry max is 49.
Yeah, and it would have 2 syncs on it.
So entry max is 49 for unlimited scans at that point, or unlimited inventory.
It'd have 150,000.
I think you'd make a lot of friends. 150,000 is not gonna get everybody over everything, but it would make you a fuck ton of friends, to be honest. Now, what is truly unlimited? Because if you told me truly unlimited becomes $74.99, and I don't know that it does or doesn't, but for the people that it does make a difference, your jump going from 50 to 100 when maybe my threshold is I have 175,000 cards. So now I have to pay double to host 25,000. This becomes taxes, right? And you're just always trying to get under that tax threshold, right? And if I'm doing the TCG player, which I think would be automatically part of this in some capacity, it would probably sell you more of your little black boxes. I in my head, because I do this on my end for a living as well, if you're telling me 150,000 for $49.99 and you're talking about to get to unlimited is $74.99, I think you've priced everybody else out of the middle market for the most part.
Okay.
Because the choice is now I get two platforms that I want. Like I don't give a shit which two platforms they are. Now if I want to add more platforms, I want to add misprint, I want to add whatever, like cool. But almost everybody's going to choose eBay for the first one. And the other question is beyond TCG player, which I think is automatically included in all of these because of the way it's built, the way you've built it. The other one is, well, my secondary game is mostly Magic. Or my secondary game is mostly this. Like maybe for some it's misprint, maybe for others it's card ladder, maybe for others it's mana pool. That secondary one becomes the wild card, but almost everyone's going to be eBay plus, right? It's going to be rare that it's not going to be eBay plus. But in that scenario, I can grow my account with you up to that $74.99 in my theory of range. And then if I want to go beyond that, now I really want to, now I need to get that $12.99 plug-in for misprint. I still haven't cracked $100, and I'm now on a third platform. I can get to 4 platforms before I've cracked $100, and I have unlimited scans and unlimited inventory. That's you're buying customers.
Yeah, that's I don't really want to throw in another bundle in between there. Maybe I don't remember what else starter comes with. I think it comes with like some reporting stuff.
The auto pricing was in there. The auto pricing at the $49.99 level or 20, whatever the mid level. What was between $49.99 and free? 24.
19.
Okay, so I would say auto pricing at 19.
So 19, I believe, has basic, which automatically reprices it just to the market price that it is. It doesn't do any of the fancy stuff.
It does that every hour, or how long does that do that for?
Once a day.
Yeah, that's fine. That's basically mass price, but for $19 for everything else.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think most people would buy off on that. And then you're talking about you want to get fancier with auto pricing every hour, or whatever the hell it is that your fancy version of auto pricing does, and that comes with even more inventory, right? Like at the 150,000 range.
No, the advanced is on the starter tier, but you can always add it on for 16.
What's the starter tier?
99.
See, and I realize that I'm barking up trees here, right? So I'm trying to get you to the place where I think your community wants you to be. You can tell me to pounce in anytime, but if at the 1999 range I have a mass price tool, then at the $49.99 range where you're saying unlimited scans, 150,000 units inventory management, that's where auto prices should come in. The third tier, so 0 is 2,500 or 10,000, whatever you were going to make it. 1999 is going to be another inventory push of, let's for sake of argument call this 25,000 at 0, because I do think you would get a lot of people willing to test the system out at 25,000, 50,000 at 19, 150,000 at 49 with the auto pricing that's automatically the way that you just described, not the mass pricing that's at the 19. The $74.99 would then end up being everything that we just described, plus unlimited inventory. And then after that, to everybody I just made arguments for on the plus side as a user or buyer, you can all fuck off. If you want additional platforms, you can pay the $12.99 for the additional platforms you want to add. But I can add up to 3 additional platforms, basically, or 2 additional platforms, and I still haven't cracked the $99.99. But I've gotten along the path. I've been able to grow with the tool. I've never gotten the true high res scans, right? I've gotten a limited amount of them. I'm willing to bite the bullet and deal with the lesser version of those scans in that theory, because I get so much more value out of everything else, and I can use the limited versions of those high res scans to supplement when I have the query, the question. But again, I think that buys you not only, it's customer acquisition at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm trying to think on the, because right now, if I throw another bundle into the mix, it's no longer going to be entry plus, entry max, starter plus, which technically would be starter max, but it's called online, and then it's core plus, core max. It wouldn't fit.
No, you're changing your business model, and you're telling the people who are in these packages now, here's where we're going to push you because it makes the most sense, and you're going to save money this way. Tell me you're not going to get fans that way.
I'm going to get more confused people. So it's going to happen.
Sure. I mean, or you say to those of you who are spending $99.99 right now, you're going to get all of this, and you throw in a plus that costs you very little.
Yeah, I'm trying to think on the auto pricing stuff.
Auto pricing at $49.99 becomes the game change. Because it's not just that you have inventory. Having 150,000 inventory or whatever it may be.
Well, they get the basic at 19.
Right. So what I'm saying to you is the basic at 19 makes total sense to me. But $50, if it can't auto price the way, then having 150,000 units without auto pricing becomes a non sequitur, right? It becomes like, yeah, that's great, but I can't do much with it. Or I can't do what I want to do with it, which is make sure I'm always within the market range. I'm going to get screwed on a bunch of my units because I didn't pay $100. And you could say, well, that's the value of paying the $100. And what I'm saying is they're not going to pay the $100, right? Like good, better, and different. Again, you're building a bulk market on this, not just a collector's or like a collection buyer's market.
Yeah, but then here comes my question of, if you're on the 49 tier, why can't you just pay the 16 and still be less than the 75?
So you could. I'm trying to build in the value that I think the users would want, because then the value at the $74.99 is, or you flip it and you say at $74.99 you get unlimited inventory, unlimited scans, and the auto pricer, and that's the bigger deal. So you get the mass price tool, the regular price tool at $49.99, and you get 150,000 cards, but you only get one pricing upload every day. But at $74.99, that unlocks unlimited scans, unlimited inventory, and the auto pricer. So, and whatever other. Now you're saying it's actually cheaper to package the $49.99 with a $16 thing, and what I'm saying to you is yes, but then add a third. At the $74.99, what you would be adding is the auto pricer and unlimited inventory.
Which would be killing the $99 plan.
Correct. In every scenario, I'm killing the $99 plan. I'm growing your base.
Yeah, but then you've got to jump from 75 to 150.
But what's at 150 that I'm not getting at 75?
I believe 3 syncs, more scans, think it's got the Shopify sync. It's got. I don't remember. It's too late.
I would ask you, how many users are actually using the Shopify sync? How many users are buying the extra package of extra scans, and how many users are, in this scenario especially, going to, like, maybe they'll buy an extra package of high res, maybe, right? But in my scenario, at $74.99, unlimited scans, unlimited inventory, auto pricing, and 2 platforms, I can buy another 2 platforms at $12.99 and $12.99, and I'm still not cracked $100. So I'm on 4 platforms with everything else I need, plus 1,000 high res scans a month for less than $100.
Yeah, but we're back to the question of lowering the price of the whole system, which is what I'm trying to avoid.
Listen, brother. I hear what you're saying on your end. I'm saying you're going wider so that because that is going to create a different moat.
Yeah, I can see myself, increasing the limit on the bundles, but I can't see myself adding a new bundle in between them all because we already have 9. That would make 10.
Oh, I'm talking about changing / eliminating. So it's really just a different operation. Now, it's not my business. I'm just giving you what I would do, which this is all theory crafting. But I think if you're curious, this is the example I gave earlier in the SAT example. You are to what the fuck, bind your POS. How other people view Card Uploader and its ilk and others, TCG tracking, maybe TCG Automate for that matter. I don't even know what they price it. I've never paid attention. Loomis, others that I know are coming along. You are to them what they are to you in comparison. And so if you don't want to get outflanked, then pricing is the way to do it. Now, if you're like, I don't particularly care, and it's okay to not care, right? But customer acquisition is where you're at. Because I think we already said Card Uploader's probably got a wider base than you do. You have the big shops and the big hobbyists, right? But your base isn't probably nearly as wide, and that's a price point issue.
Yeah, we've got, I think, 2,400 customers currently.
And just Phantom is doing like a quarter of that from just him on Card Uploader.
Mm-hmm.
So now, again, you're going to talk to your partners or whoever else, and you're going to look at this and go, I'm not only not doing this, I'm permanently banning Ryan from ever both talking to me or using these fucking systems. And that I understand. But if this was my Fortress of Solitude, I'd have pulled this trigger 6 months ago. But I also don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. So.
Yeah, I'll have to talk with him. I mean, I can honestly see him agreeing to doing a 10x and just approaching it in that direction, which would honestly take it entry being 25,000, entry plus being 100,000, and then entry max being 200,000. That'd be the easiest thing to approach and just say, hey, let's do a 10x multiplier on the inventory levels. And I mean, if you have 200,000 cards in inventory, then you're going to be able to upgrade to the $100 plan.
I think you're mistaking you're going to be able to with you're going to be willing to. That's why I focus very hard on that $50 threshold. The $74.99 is an additional thing that if you had to build in because of what the factors I can't account for, but that $49.99 becomes a mint. This is like why stocks don't break through 100 or 50 sometimes. Because there's a natural affliction of the mind that says, yeah, that's where it becomes dangerous for me. That's where I just feel like that's how many cards I got to sling of bulk. That's how much profit I got to make in bulk. That's how many cards, like that's where the machinations of the mind go. And that's all profit loss. The minute I got to get to 100 to get everything I really want out of this system, the sooner I just go, I'd rather just pay the 10.
Yeah. But if I'm also giving away everything that you get on the, the higher tiers for syncing, because, now you can subscribe for $80, $100 or $90, and get, what is it, four syncs or whatever, when used to before getting 4 syncs took $150 to $200 tier. It's
You're talking about the past. I understand what you're saying. It feels bad, man. But you know how many times I've had to change my rate card? You know what I mean? Like from 1 month to another, where somebody 3-4 weeks ago got paid out X and now I'm paying out Y. Should they feel bad or worse because they got good value when they got it and now there's more value to be had? They're just going to look at it and go, I'm not contractually obligated to keep the level I'm at. I'm going to go down the lower tier and save myself money too.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to avoid.
See, you can't think like that. That's a scarcity mindset.
Yeah, because we're trying to hire some more people, and if we hire some more people, and then all of a sudden I say, okay, the system's cheaper.
That's how you're going to hire more people. Again, that's the scarcity mindset.
This is the same chat I had with StorePass a long time ago before we made SourceWith. I can see this.
I don't know who that is, but sure.
I had the same discussion. I was like, look, if you lowered your highest plan to $500 a month, like this, and that's your tactic. Yeah. If you would lower it to $500 a month, you would have the entire industry. And I told him this before we made SourceWith. He's like, well, we can't afford to do that. I'm like, well, you could, because then you tap everybody. I'm hearing the same thing repeated back to me, but from someone else.
I'm the ghost of Christmas past, my friend.
Yeah, I've had this chat with someone else, but I was on the other end of it. So yeah, I
happy to help in any way I can, and I'm sure I'm not really helpful, but I appreciate the fact that you listened at all.
Yeah, I don't think you could get listening out of a lot of the bigger other companies, right? So
I would grant you that much.
Especially people that can sync with TCG Player.
Well, that's a different story. Yeah. Well, I hope that you're either going to ping me after this and say, you fucking asshole, or I'd like to talk more. But one of those two scenarios is very likely. I do want to be mindful of the time, if not your time. Hopefully we both can get some fucking sleep, but I will make myself equally available if you have questions of me.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I'll finish out this box, and then I guess we can, or I can get off if you're getting off now.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna crash right now, but seriously, if you want to talk more, I'm happy to get on anytime.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe not phone calls all the time, because I have phone calls every day,
That
5
part,
of them a day for the next 2 weeks, and it's been that way for the last 6 weeks. So,
well, get some rest. Congratulations on the new home, and we'll talk more.
that's good.
Thanks, buddy. You have a good day.
We'll see you around.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, team. This is going to be the end of our stream. Thank you, everybody who showed up and maybe watching in the future. I hope you have a good night. Bye, guys.